How many items are there in the order of business in total? Members, can we note that? We are all canvassed. Now, members, allow me make my communication. I want to take this time once more to attend this special council session to pay tribute and also honor the late Professor Christine Dranzoa. The Right Honorable Minister of Northern Uganda and the representative of the Uganda present here, the Minister of State of Primary Education, and who also happens to be the woman MP of Moyo constituency, honorable members of Parliament present here, the Vice President of ULGA of Northern Uganda. ULGA is Uganda Local Government Associations. The district chairpersons of West Nile, Acholi, Lango, the sub-regions who have joined us here today. The Mayor of Arua City Council, the mayors of Okoboko and the municipalities in West Nile, members of Moyo District Council, and all the councils of West Nile present here, seated in this council. The resident district commissioners of all the West Nile districts being hosted by the resident district commissioner of Moyo, the regional security agencies present, Muni University officials, the chief administrative officers of all the local governments of West Nile, the family of the late Professor Christine Dranzoa, development partners, the private sector, the clerks to council of Moyo, Ajumane, and Obongi, the sergeant at arms, the National Resistance Movement Administrative Secretary Moyo, the business committee, the business community of Moyo, our dear service providers present here, heads of departments, technical officials, the local government public accounts committee for all the districts of West Nile, the students of the various secondary schools who have joined us here today, and the pupils of all the primary schools who have come to join us here. My name is Emmanuel Amoko, the Council Speaker of Moyo District Local Government, and I represent also in this council today the people of Town Council. Honorable members of today's council, we are gathered here in accordance to Part 4 of the Start Schedule of the Local Government Act Cap 243. The Regional Council sitting of today is convened to pay tribute to the late Professor Christine, the Vice Chancellor of Moyo University. And it says, particularly Section 8 of the Local Government Act, Cap 242, it requires districts to cooperate where such matters arise. And it is in accordance to Section 8 that today you have seen all the districts in the West Nile region have gathered here for a special council sitting to deliberate and honor and also pay tribute to the late. Members, as we run the business, our deliberations will be conducted in the order of the agenda as is approved on the order paper. That members of the council should not use offensive or insulting language, persist in irrelevant and repetitions to create disturbance. Once more, members, I want to thank you for the suspension of the rules. Section 94 of 8 of the Standard Rules of Procedure states that where council deems it fit, can suspend the rules of procedure for an appropriate action during council. And I want to thank you for performance of that particular section. Rule 94, subsection 2, states that written notices of motion delivered to the clerk within less than 48 hours to the council meeting may not be placed on the order paper unless a motion concerns a matter of emergency. And today we are gathered here for a special sit, and it is in line with rule number 94, sub rule 2. Every motion shall be read out, proposed, seconded before it is debated. So, honorable members of the council, let us read out the proposed motions and let us later on second it and debate it. Honorable members, still in the suspension of the rules, Section 12, Sub-Rule 1 states that business in such sitting shall be restricted to the purposes for which it has been convened. I therefore call upon all of us to restrict ourselves to the purpose for which this special meeting is convened. Honorable members and my dear mourners, I learned with deep sorrow about the death of our mama, Professor Christine Dranzoa, on the 28th of June 2022. The Vice Chancellor of Moyo University, West Nile, and Uganda at large, I lost a great pillar and a strong contributor of science research that our government now so much emphasize, especially for all those who are in the academia field, the students. The late Professor Christine has been a very thoughtful and deliberate academic leader whose wisdom and critical insights always enrich the university, staff, and the students' lives. I cherish most his visionary leadership and clarity of thought, dedication, commitment for successfully spearheading the establishment of Moyo University in the West Nile region. On behalf of the District Council and on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Moyo, and the Regional Council held today to honor and pay tribute to her demise, I wish to extend my sympathy, most especially to the family, to the children. Words may not suffice to express the heartfelt sorrows that I feel for the passing of your mother, Mama Professor Christine. But please accept our condolences as a regional council. I also extend my heartfelt sympathy to the friends, the relatives, especially the people of Pagiribe clan in Meto Sub-County, the students, the staff of Moyo University, and the entire West Nile community, all professionals in the field of academia, Uganda at large, who mourn and pray for peace at this difficult time. It is my total conviction that the passing on of the late Professor Christine deeply robbed the region and the entire country of a champion of a girl child education and a renowned science researcher. For those of us who encountered her works of life, she can be remembered in her constant quotes. I remember whenever she gives speeches or addressing, there is a constant reminder of a quote that the late professor has always been bringing at the forefront. And that is, don't leave behind my girls. The late professor was so passionate on the girl child education that we should not leave behind the girls because they are the pillar of change. The late Professor Christine was at the very forefront of promoting the girl child education. I personally met her in the 2005. I got an opportunity to matters conference with her in 2005 from Kampala, where she was invited as a chief guest by Marine University Students Association. I now want to also extend the condolences of the Madi University Students Association of the academic year of 2005 to you, the Regional Council and the Monas. Honorable members, before her passing on, the late professor had various district coordination meetings in Moyo and across all West Nile districts, advancing for the quest to acquire land for the expansion of the university branches. I personally had discussion with her on this. We hope management will continue to aspire for her wishes. As I conclude, members of the West Nile Council, the Regional Council, condole with the family, the friends, the Moyo University fraternity, and the nation upon the untimely demise of Vice Chancellor, the late Professor Christine Dranzoa. May the Almighty God grant her peaceful repose. Thank you for listening. I end my communication. Next item on the order of business.
The next item is motion to receive the body and lying of wrath.
The Honorable Member, the female district councillor representing Moyo Town Council and the chairperson for Finance Committee, Moyo District Council.
Honorable Speaker and Honorable House, members of the gallery, my name is Batu Joyce Wudu, the female district councillor representing Moyo Council and the chairperson for Finance and General Purpose Moyo District Council. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Section 8 of the Local Government Act, Cap 243 as amended, and Article 178 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which provides for cooperation among district councillors and matters of common interest. And also Rule 12, Subsection 1 of the Standards of Procedure for Local Government Council. So I therefore stand to move a motion before this regional council to receive the body of the late Professor Dranzoa Christine before the council. I beg to move.
Yes, my honorable member on my right hand side, I don't want the name, but you are cited. Second man.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Orombi Emmanuel. I'm the district chairperson, the district local government, and a member of this council of West Nile, special sitting. I therefore rise up to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Luke Rombe, for the secondment. Members, as the item on the order of business reads, motion to receive the body and laying of the wreath. Not all of us will have the opportunity to lay the wreath, but I presume also it is important to have representatives of government of the Republic of Uganda, our Honorable Minister for Northern Region, who is representing the government of Uganda today in this meeting, the Minister of State for Primary Education, our woman MP, and her colleague, the woman MP for the male MP for Moyo constituency, Honorable Dr. Mwaza, the University Council Senate members will be on the list. Yes, the RDCs of the region will be led by the RDC of Moyo, and they will counter the entire security team. We'll have the religious leaders, the representative of the cultural leaders. I see they are present. The ULGA vice chairperson, the family, and the LC5s are members of the district council. A few representatives on the both sides can join the team, and we also want to request a few family representatives to join us as we proceed to lay the wreath. I think that short guidance will help. I have been informed that the city mayor is present, has arrived, will join us. The representative of only 3 students from the schools. 3 students from the various schools, quickly, you can join the team, and 3 more pupils from the various schools to join the team. Members, that is the order of a procession. I will relay the wreath on behalf of all the district speakers. They will be doing it in a team, but the government representative will do it separately, and the honorable ministers and the district chairpersons will do it separately. The security teams will do it separately, and that is the order. We will first give this opportunity for government, yes, and the speakers to start. Members, let us not mind of the rain. This is a blessing. I now pass this list to Honorable JB Associate as I proceed there.
Members of funeral services, members of funeral services, please, can you come forward? Funeral services, Mr. Speaker, and your team, just for a moment, as you wait, Sergeant at Arms, just fall back briefly as they organize. Funeral services, district council speakers, yes, you can proceed. Thank you. Umbrellas have been organized. Honorable ministers, yes, honorable ministers. To be followed by the Vice President, Uganda, Uganda, our members of Parliament, our members of Parliament will follow. Resident district commissioners, security agencies, the resource, UPDF, police, resource. These are security guys. They don't need the shelter. Local council, 5 chairpersons. Municipal councils, chairpersons. City council chairpersons. You move as a team.
Okay?
Moyo University to be led by chairperson, University Council. The religious leaders, Richard and your colleagues, thank you. To be followed by cultural leaders, His Highness, Brani, I can see you around, and your team, Chief Renduke is here. Our former members of Parliament present, Arua, Madi community from Arua, and you can come as a team. Mr. Dagrubale and your team. Okay, I can see Lulu Henry is there. Thank you. Can we have OGs? OGs? Few students representatives. Students representatives. Yes, thank you. OGs, representatives. Yes. Mali Community Kampala, representatives, yes. Students, you can go now. Then finally, family members, representatives from family, after students, pupils told me they are not the students, but they are also here. Pupils, you can also go. Family members, let's have the pupils first and then you will enjoy. Yes. Thank you very much.
You can touch on that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back to you.
I want to thank you, the family, and all who have performed the exercise of laying the wreath as a honor and also paying respect. Next item on the order of business.
The next item is motion to present, discuss memorandum presented by Wenda Chairperson.
Yes, honorable member of the council, the chairman, Koboko, local government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By name, I'm called Mambo Ashraf, the district chairman, Koboko, this local government. I stand here before you to move a motion to receive a memo represented by the chairman, West Nile Development Association, as a region. I beg to move.
Motion moved by the chairman of Koboko District Local Government to receive memorandum of Wenda before the council.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and the Honorable House, my name is Adrabe Ismail Adres. I'm the district chairman of Mado Kolo. I rise here to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, the district chairman, Made Okolo. I want to take this time to now invite the district chairman of Moyo and also the chairperson for Wenda to present the memorandum and later lay it before the council for the discussion, the debate, and subsequently approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and all colleagues who moved this motion to permit me proceed with a presentation of a memo in honor and to pay tribute to our fallen Vice Chancellor, Professor Christine Dranzoa. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of sharing copies of my presentation, I am seeking your permission to allow me lay copies of this document on the table of clerk to council, so that our different participants here, especially our chief monarch in today's council meeting, who is none other than the Minister of Northern Uganda, her colleague, Minister of State for Primary Education, all members of Parliament, and also members of the council, can have access to this document.
Permission granted.
The Speaker of this special regional council sitting, all district, city, and municipal division speakers present, the chief mourner, today none other than the Minister of State in charge of Northern Uganda, the Minister of State for Primary Education, who doubles as the woman member of Parliament, Moyo, all our honorable members of Parliament, former members of Parliament and local government leaders, the Vice President of Uganda Local Governments Association Northern Region, the Chairperson of Ugandan Urban Authorities Association, who doubles as the Mayor of Koboko Municipality, my colleague District Chairpersons, and the Mayor of Arua City Council, the municipal and division mayors, all district council members present across the region of West Nile and Northern Uganda, the chairpersons of the National Resistance Political Organization, resident district commissioners, chairman, university council, and management team, and the Students Guild of Moyo University, and all other universities represented here, the LC3 chairpersons and your councillors, all government security agencies, religious and cultural leaders, the family of Professor Christine Dranzoa, government ministries and agencies, Wenda secretariats, the chief administrative officers and all civil servants, development partners and civil society organizations, the private sector, the academia, all students and pupils, members of the public and the media. Mr. Speaker, the local government fraternity of West Nile sub-region and the entire Northern Uganda wishes to deeply express our very sincere great sadness and shock upon the most untimely passing on of our beloved Professor Christine Dranzoa, the Vice Chancellor of Moyo University, who passed on 28 June 2022 at Molago National Referral Hospital. We, the local government leaders of West Nile and the greater Northern Uganda, would wish to send our words of deepest sympathies and encouragement, first to the family of Professor Christine Dranzoa, the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Minister of Education and Sports, and the First Lady, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, the University Council, management, and the students of Moyo University, the people of West Nile and Northern Uganda and Madi sub-region in particular. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we learned of the medical admission of Professor Christine Dranzoa, none of us ever had any single imagination that we could actually gather here today to pay her tribute when she is lying in council in the casket. At this point, I wish to appreciate family members of Professor Christine Dranzoa for the care and attention provided when she was receiving treatment from medical professionals. We are sincerely thankful to the President of the Republic of Uganda and the First Lady for their very close follow-up and support provided towards her medical treatment. I wish to appreciate the Mali community, both in Uganda and in diaspora, for doing everything possible to restore Professor Christine Dranzoa back to life and good health. The Council and the management of Moyo University and everybody who made an effort in one way or the other to rescue Professor Christine, but the long hand of cruel death has robbed us of a very precious gift of life of Professor Christine. I know the passing of Professor Christine Dranzoa was the calling of God. if God wanted Professor Christine to live any longer, he had the powers to save her life and probably give her a second chance to live. However, the Holy Book of Ecclesiastes teaches us that there is time for everything, time of birth, time of death. As believers, we understand her death as a transition from a well-lived life with high integrity and faith in action to a heavenly kingdom of God, where we believe she is already rejoicing with the angels in heaven. Mr. Speaker, the late Professor Christine Dranzoa has been the biggest pillar of our regional solidarity and the mother of West Nile Development Association, WENDA, a regional political and development organization, association of local government leaders of West Nile. Mr. Speaker, Moyo University, under the able management of Professor Christine Dranzoa, up to now has offered free office space for WENDA at the University Task Force building on Arua Hill in Arua City. We at WENDA always consulted and informed her on most critical decisions. Now that she has gone, we ask Moyo University management to carry on with her precedence of building strong networks, collaboration, and partnership, particularly with WENDA and other development actors. Mr. Speaker, we the local government leaders will remember Professor Christine Dranzoa for the following among many others. Her commitment to rise from a very humble, poverty-stricken family background, from Pageribe clan in Meto and in Logoba where her uncles are, in Moyo Sub-County, to a world-class intellectual, administrator, a leader, a vice-chancellor, the executive chair of Inter University Council of East Africa, and many other responsibilities that I cannot mention here. The lesson learned here in this regional assembly today is with commitment, dedication, and focus, anybody be anything in life. Anybody can rise from nothingness and be a great person in life. Her life story gives hope to every family, every home that otherwise had lost the hope. Professor Christine will be remembered for providing selfless and full dose integrity in leadership and management. She has taught us to be contented with our little earnings, live within our means, and deriving motivation from the results of our work. Humanity, charity, and providing care for the needy was a very strong virtue of Professor Christine Dranzoa, something she cherished. She had a big heart to care for everybody who needed her support, to the extent of depriving herself of basic needs for her comfort and family. Her environmental conservation and protection of natural resources and the wildlife will continue to teach all of us in sustainable environmental management decisions and approaches as local governments. Professor Christine, Mr. Speaker, will also be remembered for her creative and innovative setup of Moyo University, a public university in the West Nile region, which offers unique and life-skilling, relevant academic and skilling programs tailored to problem-solving and community-centered. Professor Christine will be remembered for her vision and the plan of creating community ownership of Moyo University through her plan of decentralizing the university constituent colleges throughout the different districts across West Nile. Professor Christine Dranzoa depended so much on research and investigations to inform planning and decision-making in management. She advocated for establishment of libraries in the different rural communities to create access to the disadvantaged children to access knowledge and information. The management and leadership ability of Professor Christine Dranzoa has proven that women should not be underrated in providing stewardship in organizations and institutions. She has ably proven that women are equally capable and more dependable in providing honest leadership, and we wish to thank the President for promoting gender equality and women empowerment in Uganda. We shall continue to cherish Professor Christine Dranzoa's legacy, advocacy, and investments in the girl child education. Professor Christine dedicated much of her personal resources in educating and nurturing the girl child. The West Nile Investment Symposium, ably organized with the partnership between Moyo University and the government of Uganda, created a great interactive opportunity for Ugandan and foreign investors. Her guidance enabled Moyo District local government to acquire over 200 acres of land in Moyo sub-county for establishment of industrial park and cross-border markets to promote regional trade with South Sudan and the Central African Republic. Mr. Speaker, having said all the above, the Executive Committee and the Council members of West Nile Development Association, which comprises of all the LC5 chairpersons, most of whom are present here, in consultation with the different institutions and stakeholders, suggest the following undertakings in the honor and memory of Professor Christine Dranzoa. Mr. Speaker, I had time to participate, to attend Moyo University Council meeting to pay tribute to our fallen Vice Chancellor, which took place yesterday in the morning at Moyo University. And allow me to present core resolutions of Moyo University Council, which should be adopted by this regional council, should be owned so that it becomes a working document and it is part of our regional decision, since Moyo is a public university in this region. 1. Moyo University Council resolved to construct a monument in honor and memory of Professor Christine Dranzoa on the university campus. 2. To rename one of Moyo University's best buildings in her names. 3. To organize in partnership with WENDA an annual Professor Christine Dranzoa Memorial Lecture. 4. To consistently document and achieve all the tributes and condolence messages paid to the fallen heroine, Professor Christine Dranzoa. Mr. Speaker, as WENDA, we decided to add one other recommendation from Moyo University to take up, which will be the 5th one. Moyo University should ensure all the dreams, aspirations, and the vision of Professor Christine Dranzoa are fully accomplished. I am sure by the time Professor Dranzoa died, there are many good ideas she had, but time could not permit her, resources could not permit her to achieve everything. So we think, as a university council, you need to ensure her vision is fully accomplished. Mr. Speaker, Arua City Council had a council meeting at the university yesterday, which I also attended in person. And there was one major resolution passed by Arua City Council, which this regional sitting has to bless and adapt. The Arua City Council resolved in a special council sitting to pay tribute to the fallen Professor Christine Dranzoa held at Moyo University to name the road running from Ewata, Moyo University, Arua City to Arua City roundabout in the name of Professor Christine Dranzoa. Mr. Speaker, in Moyo Town Council, Moyo Town Council has already, while Professor Christine Dranzoa was still living, I want to inform this August House that Moyo Town Council had already named a road in her honor. The road is running from ACSL, joining the main Moyo Arua Road. What only needs to be done is to install the tag so that the road can be clearly labeled and easily identified. But I request also this regional assembly endorses this as one of our resolutions. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we ask this regional assembly to bless and adopt the resolutions of Moyo University Council, Arua City Council, and Moyo Town Council respectively, so that it becomes a working document. Mr. Speaker, as WENDA, local government authorities of West Nile, we have got the following prayers for the endorsement of this regional assembly. The people of West Nile, Moyo University, the districts of West Nile, and the urban councils of West Nile sub-region, Northern Uganda, the government of Uganda and the private sector should work hand in hand to establish and contribute towards Professor Christine Dranzoa Education Trust Fund to continue her efforts of charity of educating the girl child and the needy. We all know Professor Dranzoa supporting children, and we think she will be happy, she will be rejoiced if we sustain her efforts of supporting education of needy. 2, Professor Christine Dranzoa was a zoologist, conservationist, and a celebrated first head of department who established Makerere University Department of Tourism Management and Wildlife Conservation. She was a board member of Worldwide Fund for Nature. We therefore appeal to government of Republic of Uganda, particularly the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, the Wildlife Authority of Uganda, and the development actors to work with us to restock a Jai game reserve in the Mariokolo district, with the white rhino, or the white rhino sanctuary in the Moyo district, and a Lomonga sanctuary in the Obongi district, not only with the white rhino species, but with the other wildlife species that can thrive in the West Nile ecosystem. We also appeal for a full-scale restoration of Zoka forest in the Germany district, and restocking with wildlife and bird species to deliberately scale up and promote tourism and conservation in the region. Mr. Speaker, to the Mali community in Uganda and the diaspora, together with our friends and the friends of Professor Christine Dranzoa, and the development actors and the people of West Nile, we must mobilize ourselves and the resources in the honor of Professor Christine Dranzoa to establish Mali Tourism Information Center and Museum, which Moyo district has already started on a small scale in the Metro Sub-County in the honor of Professor Christine Dranzoa. We, the local government leaders of West Nile region, resolve to declare every month of June, every year, a tree planting and conservation month in her honor. We know she stood for environmental protection and conservation. Mr. Speaker, we propose that all the districts and the urban councils in the West Nile region to dedicate a road. Every district and urban council, including Arua City, which has already done so, should dedicate a road in the honor of our fallen Vice Chancellor. It will be a beautiful thing to hear Professor Christine Dranzoa Road in the Pakwach district, in Izombo, in Imepi, in Ikoboko, in Adjumani, in Obongi, everywhere. This will sustain her legacy 100 years and even more years to come. even to the next generation. Mr. Speaker, we ask government of Uganda and the Ministry of Education in particular to upgrade our government representative, Minister of Northern Uganda and Minister of State for Primary Education. Allow me underline this. We ask government of Uganda and the Ministry of Education in particular to upgrade RP Primary Teachers College in the Moyo district into a core primary teachers college in the honor of Professor Christine Dranzoa for the obvious immense contributions she has made in the education sector. We, the local government leaders gathered here, in the strongest terms, reject government proposal to phase out LPPTC. It should be remembered that the government of Uganda under the able leadership of the President, our Father General Moses Ali, Professor Christine Dranzoa, and Honorable Dr. Moses Apiliga, among others, have done a lot to support the college. And we think the present facility at the LP, instead of phasing it out, is even adequate for starting a degree and a diploma awarding university faculty, instead of ruining that institution. Mr. Speaker, Professor Christine Dranzoa had a very strong desire to see Moyo Town Council upgraded from a town council to municipality status. We therefore wish to remind His Excellency, the President General Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, of our requests and earlier submissions to government as a region to upgrade Moyo Town Council, Ajumani Town Council, Yumbe Town Council, and the Paita Town Councils to municipalities. I wish to remind our government of Uganda that Moyo Town Council in the whole of Uganda is the only colonial town council that has stagnated and has remained a town council. All the age mates of Moyo are now cities, and others are municipals. Moyo is a standard child, and we need to work together deliberately to find the most nutritious meal, and that is granting us the municipality. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we propose all districts in the Western Nile region and Arua City should establish at least a library in each respective local government in honor of Professor Christine Dranzoa. We wish to appeal to the Uganda Library Academy, Moni and Makerere universities, and any other partner who can support this noble cause. Professor Dranzoa was an icon of knowledge, research, and therefore we bear a duty to easy access to knowledge and information to the rural poor. Mr. Speaker, allow me bring a few prayers from the family of Professor Christine Dranzoa. Mr. Speaker, I had a consultation with the family of Professor Christine Dranzoa, and through you, our government representative, Minister of Northern Uganda and Minister of State for Primary Education, and all our members of Parliament here, RDCs, the family of Professor Christine Dranzoa is requesting for audience with the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Yoweri Museveni. We pray that this humble request be granted by the Fountain of Honor. There are things, there are issues the family cannot present here. We are still mourning, but the family is seeking for that audience with His Excellency the President. The family of Christine Dranzoa is also kindly seeking audience with the Council and Management of Moyo University to share and discuss pertinent issues that may be of interest to them. We pray that the university, as you have always been kind, and you will accord that audience. Professor Christine Dranzoa has left many orphans and dependents, all of whom were under her care and support. Since we all believe in the principle of education cannot wait, the question to all of us gathered here is, what is the fate and the future of these children? Who will provide for them? How will they go back to school? We appeal to all people of goodwill and government to support the precedents of educating without boundaries, which Professor Dranzoa started. Mr. Speaker, we the local government leaders of Northern Uganda would wish to sincerely thank the parents of Professor Christine Dranzoa for providing basic care and education to Professor Christine Dranzoa, despite of their difficult socio-economic conditions of that time. This teaches us to commit to educating our children and rendering responsible parenting regardless of our socio-economic backgrounds. We, in a very special way, would wish to thank the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for his genuine and honest trust in the consideration of appointment of Professor Christine Dranzoa as the founding Vice Chancellor of Moyo University. We are glad that the President never at any single time regretted the appointment of Professor Christine Dranzoa, because she diligently performed her duties and exceeded expectations with the highest level of integrity and honesty. We also wish to thank the government, the President and the Minister of Education, and the First Lady for their support and care to Professor Christine Dranzoa when she fell sick and even after her death. We, the leaders of West Nile and Northern Uganda, are greatly indebted to you, to the President, and may the Almighty God bless him. On behalf of the West Nile Local Government's Fraternity, Northern Region, we wish to thank everybody, all my colleagues, district chairpersons, speakers, council members across the region of Northern Uganda for choosing to attend this meeting in person. None of us provided a facilitation for you to reach here. You have taken it personal responsibility to come to Moyo and pay your tribute. This is commitment that we cannot take lightly. We thank you and we ask God to bless you, and may we continue to work in solidarity. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I beg that this submission made by Wenda Council, Wenda Executive, on behalf of Moyo University, on behalf of Arua City Council, on behalf of Moyo Town Council, and on behalf of Wenda Regional Council, the prayers be adopted and enhanced. We don't limit to this, since there will be, on the other paper, there will be a moment to receive messages from other participants. We believe this document will be enriched for God and my country.
Thank you, the district chairperson Moyo and the chairperson for Wenda West Nile for presenting through the memoranda. I hope it is laid before council. Members, can we receive the memoranda for debate? Honorable Member for Otse Sub-County, District Council Moyo Member, Honorable Ogoro Peter, District Council representing the people of Otse Sub-County in a Meto.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the others house.
I feel that I know the DLC representing of the sub-county. After having perused through this document that is presented by the chairperson Wenda West Nile, allow me, on behalf of the August House, to receive the document in good faith for discussion. I rest my case.
Second, Honorable Bada Emmanuel, District Councillor representing people of Moyo Sub-County, and the Honorable Secretary for Works, Security, and Refugee Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Bada Emmanuel Nunu. I'm the Council Representative of the people of Moyo Sub-County. At the same time, the Secretary for Public Works, Security, Disaster Management, and Refugee Affairs, Moyo District Local Government. Mr. Speaker, I stand to make secondment to the motion move for subsequent discussion of the document presented by the Chairman, Wenda. I beg to second.
Thank you, members. I now call all of us to make our submissions, debate the memorandum, the motion, and later approve the resolutions, approve the prayers in the memorandum as resolutions of the council. You are aware, Wenda had made prayers, Moyo Town Council has the prayers, the family has prayers, and including all the rest on the list. Therefore, members, please follow as it was being presented. You noted the key areas, and each member will only take 1 minute. 1 minute for making submission. You will be very fast. I have seen members already complaining. I have decided now, by powers now vested in me, I extend it to 2 more minutes. Please be straight, on point.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, this is Chairman Yumbe.
Thank you for being very sincere and honest. We can be here up to the end of the day because of the importance we've attached to our fallen hero, Professor Christine. My name is Siko Abdul. I am the district chairperson of Yumbe. Honorable Speaker, I bring condolences from the people of Yumbe on the demise of Professor Christine Dranzoa. She was not only a person of Moyo. If at all time was there, it would be worthy that we organize these council meetings across all the district councils of West Nile. But because time is not with us, that's why we're having this regional council meeting. I want to bring the sincere condolences of the people of Yumbe district to the people of Moyo, to the family of Professor Christine, and also Moyo University. Honorable Speaker, if you trace the scientists that we have in West Nile at the level of Professor Christine, among the female scientists, I can only say at the level of a professor, it's Christine Dranzoa, and that is followed by one who holds PhD in physics, and that is Dr. Dujanga Florence. These are the 2 scientists from West Nile among the female cadres who hold PhD in sciences. And therefore losing Professor Christine implies that we're only left with 1 female scientist in this region. Therefore, we are saddened by this. I want to pray that as we are gathered here, government must equally be concerned about the plight of the people of Yumbe district. Of West Nile region and the rest of the sub-regions in northern Uganda. Honorable Speaker, I rise to endorse the submissions, the recommendations, the prayers that have been moved by the chairperson Wenda, but permit me to make the following observations. There was a mention of having study centers across all the districts of West Nile, and where possibly, because we are here as a region, Lango sub-region and the Solo sub-region, I would propose that if the district councils can provide land, the issue of study centers be expedited. The district council of Yumbe already has allocated land for Moyo University, and this land has been there for quite long. It's important that the University Council takes it serious to make establishments to that effect. Honorable Speaker, I want to express regret that a person of the stature of Professor Christine deserved state burial. It is quite unfortunate that it's only West Nile region that has gotten concerned to ensure regional council for a person of her caliber. I want to express disappointment to government for this. I'm an NRM cadre. I've been in the leadership of NRM for the last 15 years, but government must be serious on recognizing the people of West Nile. Honorable Speaker, reflecting on West Nile about 15 years ago, if you look at West Nile now, I see that West Nile 15 years ago was more stronger than the West Nile now, in terms of political representation, in terms of placement in key government positions, and the rest of it. I want to use this opportunity that as the regional council, if you look at issues regarding development, the people of West Nile still remain backwards. I'm happy that the Chief Moyo is here as a minister. Some few representatives of the members of parliament are here. If indeed this occasion, this council was to be taken seriously by the leaders of West Nile, I expected all the ministers coming from West Nile to be here. I expected all the members of parliament to be here, so that we voice as the people of West Nile. It is quite unfortunate that as we are gathered here, we are only represented by very few people. It's as if the death of Professor Christine Dranzoa is not taken seriously. This is something that we must take note of. And that's why, as the people of West Nile, our bargaining power has gone very low when it comes to issues of national development. When must we organize ourselves as the people of West Nile? 15 years ago, we had 2 cabinet ministers in this region. We had Moses Ali, we had later on Anita, we had Bakoro. These were 2 cabinet ministers 15 years ago. We had the Speaker of Parliament, late Francis Ayume, coming from this region. Now take stock of what is happening now. In the 10th Parliament, the people of West Nile had only 8 state ministers, with Moses Ali as a cabinet minister. In the 11th Parliament, we now have 6 state ministers. This means that even in the 12th Parliament, if we are not serious, we are going to have ministers less than the number I'm talking about. What must we do as the people of West Nile in order to show to government that we are a force that must be reckoned with? Honorable Speaker, I thought these are issues as we celebrate the life of Professor Christine Dranzoa. These are things that we must be able to observe and bring to the attention of government. Right now, as we talk, government is extending electricity to different parts of the country. There is the construction of the power station at Karuma. But when you look at stories within the corridors, they are saying that this power will not be connected to West Nile. We are talking about industrialization.
We are talking about moving from the level of economy we are in to middle income. Must it be to specific regions, or it must be across board, West Nile inclusive? As the people of West Nile, we are strategically placed, and therefore we must use the strategic placement of this region in order to ensure that we advance development, and we cannot do it if we don't work as a team. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I want to pray that as we all say this, we are doing this in the interest of eulogizing our hero, our mother, our mentor, the only scientist from West Nile whom we are much relying on, Professor Christine Dranzoa. I pray that her soul rests in eternal peace.
Thank you, the district chairperson, Yumbe. You exactly spent 2 minutes and you follow the time. So I want to thank you. Next is the chairman, Made Okolo. You are welcome.
Honorable Speaker, sir, in the interest of time, I observe the protocol and I introduce myself as Drabe Ismail, the district chairman of Madokolo. Our president or chairman for Wenda has tabled very many issues on our table. I picked 2 or 3 of them to share with us in this honorable council. When you look at the paper before us, page 3, item 6, the chairman has ably informed us that Professor Christine had put investment plans at lower levels of our districts in West Nile. As Madokolo, she engaged us and sought for land for putting the Agricultural Institute of the university. And as a district, we unconditionally gave Moyo University over 1,000 acres of land under her stewardship. Now that she's gone, it will be so heartening to see that all the investment dreams that she started will go to waste. We want to put Moyo University and the government to task to give us an assurance that these investment proposals are going to be taken up and will be started within a certain definite period of time. Otherwise, as districts, it's never easy for you to work around and release over 1,000 acres for opportunities which will never come to the people. 2, we have observed that as a zoologist, she had interest in the conservation areas. And also in Madokolo, we have had the game reserve, the Ajay Game Reserve. I know in Ajumani and Moyo we have the Zoka Forest Reserve. These natural resources have occupied virtually all the beautiful land that our people will occupy. I always quarrel with the Uganda Wildlife Authority in Madokolo over their reluctance to make use of these conserved areas. When our grandparents gave up these lands, we were very few. Around this time, the population has over tripled, and now there's land pressure. I think as government, let us wake up and make statement, and we see these lands being properly used. Otherwise, we may end up degazetting them and we give them back to our people because we have land pressure. Honorable Speaker, the late professor was very, very generous. She gave us space at the complex house on Arroyo Hill for Wind Association, and we have been using it free of charge. It is our hope that the university is not going to change and repossess it and begin to charge us any cent for the usage of that facility. Because the late knew what she was doing when she gave it unconditionally. And we will want to hear a statement from the university over the continued use of that facility by vendor without any charge. Otherwise, on behalf of the Mali people, I have our tribute, which when you will give me an opportunity, I will present later on. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, the district chairperson, Made Okoro. Next member, Honorable Martin Izaruku, the district councillor representing the people of Lefort sub-county.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. As mentioned, I'm called Martin Izaruku, the district councillor for Lefort sub-county. On behalf of the people of Lefort and on my own behalf, I condole with the family of Professor Christine Dranzoa, the people of Moyo, the family of Moyo University, Uganda at large, for the demise of the great educationist. Mr. Speaker, I would like to join the LC5 of Yumbe to say truly, we have very few scientists, specifically women. But on that note, I would like to add on our own Dr. Moriko Joyce Katuju, who also holds a PhD. We thank you so much. Matters, he joined politics. Our wish is if she will be appointed a professor. I think that will be our happiness. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to support the motion of the district chairpersons of Wenda in this council. It is very important that all what is mentioned is taken into consideration. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to talk on one point, which is very important. Mostly, in such a meeting, we discuss it, and after close of business, most times actions are not taken. It is important for us as Council of West Nile to say that we have a body that will coordinate some of the prayers which are put in front of us. And the specific and important one, which Chairman concluded with, is that Christine Dranzoa has children and orphan, which has been taken care of. This is an urgent note that we need to take. As districts, as the people of Moyo and West Nile, and the government of Uganda, I think this is what we need to take into consideration. Because after her, where will the future of these children that she's supporting be? As most might have read, she rises from a small village of Vadua in a poverty-stricken forms, and we have so many poor girls in our villages. How can we make those girls be inspired by the demise of late Professor Christine Dranzoa? And the Education Trust Fund is the solution this which the West Nile Wenda has adopted for us. But Mr. Speaker, I suggest, I'm aware that, and I read we have West Nile Education Trust Fund, which some brain behind these trust funds are there, probably from all the West Nile districts or others from Arua. My suggestion, Mr. Speaker, is if we can suggest teams who can lead this up. Because if we lead this without the team or board which can lead this trust fund, then it will be a work in this council hall. In conjunction with our colleagues from the universities of Muli, the academic staffs, and the councils, and our daughters and sons of the soil of West Nile, if we can propose people to lead this trust fund, it will be a milestone for us to see that the education trust fund we talk about today will be a memory on behalf of our late sister and mother, Professor Christine Dranzoa. I have attended so many meetings. I did attended Made regional meeting when we were gracing the 50 years in Yajumane, and many of their resolutions were not implemented. And one of the resolutions was to set education trust fund. And we sang this 10 years. From 2012 up to now, nothing was done. And I presume if we don't do something else, the same will be discussed in front of this council, and later nothing will be done. But we should also task ourselves as council, what can we do to add on this education trust fund? I know councillors might not have much money that they are receiving, but I propose, Mr. Speaker, if we can begin by giving at least a minimum of 50,000 to this trust fund, that will be a starting point for back from other people. Because if we talk and we lose nothing, that can show that we have started something, then we did nothing. We can go home, we can praise her, but later on, the people who are advantaged in their homes will suffer. So that is my suggestion, Mr. Speaker, if we can include it as our working document, to begin with ourselves. Whether you get 100,000 allowances, you can pull up 50,000 as a minimum, but you can even give 1 million to start this. When I was coming to this council, I was thinking in my brain, who are these people who can start the education trust fund as a board members? And probably we cannot conclude this in this meeting. But I ask Mr. Speaker, the administration of West Nile, rather the Wend administration, the secretary should take this up to establish a board that can begin this trust fund. She's an educationist, and by the way, the first female professor in West Nile. We have a lot. Mr. Speaker, I would like also to join that it's quite sometimes disturbing if only in decades that in West Nile, in terms of girl child education, we do not have more than, I don't know now, but probably we may not have more than 30 female professors or PhD holders in West Nile region. Adi who behind me is telling me maybe it may not even reach 10. This is for us to wonder, where have we reached as West Nile's? How are we competitive in the national cake in Uganda? Because without education we cannot do nothing. Now let's ask ourselves, after Christie, who today we are talking about, who else can lead Muni University from West Nile if we don't have brains like this? These are the dreams. If when we are going home, we should be thinking about the girls we live in our homes. How can we promote girl child education the way they were singing it for us in our ears? Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I thank the chairperson Wenda and the Wenda executive for this brilliant. I adopt these prayers with all what is given for us. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Martin Zaruku, for the submissions. Members, let's keep on noting the key areas that needs our attention. Yeah, the district chairperson, Jumane, Honorable Anyama Ben.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Anyama Ben. This is Chairman at Jumali. Mr. Speaker, in Haggards House, I want to limit myself to the presentation of the weather chairperson. I want to thank him for good recommendations. Mr. Speaker, my comments are on 2 or 3 areas. Area number 1 is the signal to the government. There are things government can play around with, but there are things government should not take the people of Made and the West Nile for granted. The big issue here is the issue of phasing out RP. RP phasing out is sending a signal that we should also go to the bush, because there's no way out. Because if you are not playing around with the brains of people, I'm an NRM all my life. But there are things I said you can play around with, but there are things you cannot play around with. I want to request my honorable ministers not to fear because of reshuffle. This is a critical issue. When you reach Kampala, you tell the president, the people of West Nile say, minus RP, no vote. These are the issues. Because my experience in this government, once you fear, things are not done. Therefore, as district chairman of Aduman, I'm saying, on our behalf that if RP is phased out, then something must be done. That's issue number 1. Issue number 2, we are in this country for many years, and we are getting old. We have attended many burials. We have attended many big burials. But in the burials, always the government is making commitments, especially on the issue of trust fund to continue education for the remaining people left behind by the dead. We also want a commitment from the government today or tomorrow, before we finish the burial, that about 1 billion will be put in this trust fund, so that the remaining of the children left doctor, professor will continue. I conclude, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the district chairperson, Chumane, but members of the council, we did not resolve to go to the bush. We are not going to the bush. Over the issue of RP, we are not going to the bush, but we are sending signal to government. I think that is the position of the council. Yes. My honorable from Obongi district local government. But thank you for that submission. It is a pending matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The August House, Azumu Michael, DLC, Aliba Sub-County, Lower Local Government, Secretary for Works, Technical Service, Education and Security, Obongi District Local Government. Mr. Speaker, sir, the matters that have appeared on this memo had been following them keenly, much as the copies have not been circulated to all of the members of this August House, but I've noted very key things. The resolution of all the recommendations of Moyo University Council, Arua City Council, and that added by Wenda and Moyo District Council and Moyo Town Council, and then the family members. Other things we shall just raise up just to move motion to adopt them for this regional sitting or for importance of this meeting. But allow me to look at very key areas. Very many recommendations are made on this, the issue of mentioning roads in entire district of West Nile with the honor of our fallen Professor Christine Dranzoa. Obongi is one of the districts in West Nile, and it is a very new district. Therefore, the potential of this passion we lost is for the entire West Nile region or for the entire northern region. I request this council, through Mr. Speaker, to take this matter to the district council for more discussion. Why do I say this? It will be a matter resolved, but if in the future it will not appear, it will be very useless. And the content of this person need to be explained to my honorable members whom I left behind. Let them endorse it, and we put it on record. And this is a very simple thing that it will happen through the district council in our various districts of West Nile. That is one of the things I'm recommending for this. And then two, the recommendation about having libraries in West Nile districts. It is a very good idea. But I request, before this library is to be established, we have others who can put the best biography of our fallen sister. I request this to be circulated to our district such that somebody will be talking with a vigor that this is the passion that we need to put this library in our district for his potential, for his good thing that he has done for this region. Then people will be very, very, very happy to adopt this. I'm saying this in a small manner, but there are people like us who are still new, who might not know the background of the profession, and also other councillors who doesn't know her profile. So for that it will help us better. The appeal of the family members to pay audience to His Excellency, the President of Uganda, we just move motion that this one should be taken up. And as one of the colleagues suggested, these family members will be accompanied by a committee that should be put to direct them on how this process will be moving. If the family members are just left like that, it is going to be very tedious work for them to reach with their preparation, and even that of Moyo University. So, Mr. Speaker, those are the key things I have so far observed in this. Finally, initiating regional council meetings should not be due to this kind of occurrence. We have a wonder, why can't we advocate for our regional council meeting, even if there are no death cases, we sit and discuss for our region issues of importance. It should not be in this kind of thing. I beg to stop here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your submission. I now need the lady, Honorable Lady Member of the Council. Then next, after that is my Honorable Council representing the people of Laropi, Honorable and Caesar. Yes, I have given you time. I need the other person. Yes, Honorable Odea Nusura, or Lefort County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the interest of time, let the protocol remain observed. By names Odea Nusra, female DLC representing Lefort Sub-County, stroke Lefort Town Council, Moyo District Local Government. I pay my condolences to the family of my sister and to the entire region. That is God's arrangement, and thanks for it. Here are my submissions to all the mourners. This is a girl who has become historical to this region. And she is the first lady who has really taken up the footmarks of girls, whereby in a...
Honorable member, can you stick to the subject matter?
Yes, this is where I'm going. So for this, I urge to the council that she has to be a hero of this region. And my submission are two. A book must be written on her name and put in the libraries which you people of Wenda had proposed, so that everyone comes and reads history of Madame Dranzoa. Two, professors' poetry has to be put in the council's hall and in all the offices in this region. These were only my two submissions. If these are to be taken up, well and good, so that everywhere girls and boys can see her portrait, then they remember who was she and what did she do in this region. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable member, Bolefori. Yes, Honorable Caesar.
The Right Honorable Speaker and your chambers of speakers present. I've been given 2 minutes. I have not received the copy of the submission of
order. Members, let's have order in the house.
Chairperson Wenda, but I have seen the submissions are too many. I don't know how we are going to achieve all these. My request is that we can stick to specific core issues, and then we deliberate on them. But also, the Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to say something on top of this, what I've mentioned. When you look at women in West Nile, women in West Nile are underrepresented in wage, employment, and senior leadership positions. Now the question is, what will it take to address the drivers of gender inequality in our workplaces in West Nile, to put women in better position to compete with men? Understanding these dynamics is critical to inform new and improve modalities for international development, and also to see how we can include women, involve them in inclusive development in our area. It's very, very important. Besides, we have big challenges. You see, here we have in the Moyo district, we have women almost everywhere where you go. There are deputies, vice, and all that in key positions of government. You don't find women. We have become elders of tomorrow. The elders of yesterday are still ruling us. And there is no hope that one day, as people of this nation, shall rise to those positions. Because a man can sit in his office from 1970 to 2002. Is he...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Point of order. Member, may you resume your seat? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleague honorable councillors, today we are seated here to pay tribute to our fallen sister, Professor Dranzoa Christie. Is it in order for a honorable member of district council to discuss issues of governance related to elders? Are there no elders in our homes? Are we discussing politics or we are discussing paying tribute? Thank you.
Honorable members, at the beginning of this meeting, I clearly communicated that our debates and discussions will be for the purposes of which this meeting is convened. Therefore, members, honorable member on the floor, can you come back to the subject matter in the memorandum? Thank you.
Thank you, the Right Honourable. Well, once when you are driving issues, of course today we have gathered because of our iconic legendary poet, and she loves, even she has written books. If we talk about all this, we cannot avoid, Right Honourable Speaker, to talk about issues that affect us. What is it? What is wrong with that? If I mention a few things here and there to drive us home. We are mourning our sister. So in the morning, I must say something. This is our home. So, as the people of West Nile, there is a need for us to rise above this challenge and see that we bring up our girls to a level that where Professor has reached. There are issues of West Nile that we don't handle, that we are keeping them aside. Most of the issues that affects Moyo district, West Nile, many times when the MPs put them, they are not handled. So our request, which should be also added to the memoranda of Wenda, should also include their issues regarding manifestos that actually what President promised to the people of West Nile that he is going to handle should be also included when we are taking up issues. Now that our sister is lying in the coffin, she has brought a lot of issues which we need to also now incorporate to what the Wenda Secretariat brought forward for our submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I want to give time to now 4 more rounds of Honorable Members, and we get to the closer and also approval of the matters and the prayers in the memorandum to be resolutions of the council. Honorable member representing the workers, Honorable Dominic, you are welcome.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The August House, protocol observed. I'm Honorable Charles Dominic. I represent the workers in my district. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 issues, or 3, to present. Number 1, I want to thank the chairperson Wenda for the document he has laid before us and all the else 5 chairpersons of West Nile region for the good work they have done. We have laid very good proposals, and many people have spoken. Sometimes we lay good things and the follow-up comes a problem. Number 1, you talked about naming some roads in the names of the professor, late Professor Dranzoa Christine. She's my aunt. That is very good. But as we lay this, as we name these names, like Bessia Road, that is the village I live, that's my road. But the condition of that road is not good. It has just been worked a little bit, and when the rain rains here, all the water runs to Bessia, to Lenja. There's a spring we have there. So as you give these names in the names of professor, and not only here, in Ajumani, in Yumbe, in Obongi, the roads must be tarmac and well decorated to honor my aunt, the professor. Number 2, I'll talk to the university, Moyo University leadership, which is here. Sometimes when we end things here, I had the chairman presenting that there will be a family meeting. The family, I'll be part of that family, is going to seek to meet with the university to discuss issues of interest. But there are some officers in the office which have tendencies of dodging people. They are not approachable. Should not happen to the professor. Please, as you go, we love you so much, but when the family comes, let there be no difficulties of meeting and discussing those issues. I represent the workers, I represent her. Even if he works in another region, he works in the national level, I'm still our representative. And I pray and I request that good things be done for the family of late Dranzoa Christine. Number 3, and that's where I will finish, Mr. Speaker. I love the chairman of Juman District. If you jump in the bush, I will follow you. We shall go with you. Our president, me, I'm a bishop. I'm a bishop of Victory Faith Foundation Ministries. Our president, we love him so much. He took power when he was my age. I was very young. We came from the exile. We lived here. He came to Moyo. And he promised many things for people of Moyo. All that time he took in the office, for us we have been patient. But there are issues that are eating us. When I joined this politics recently, people are calling us. People are crying of the roads. Moyo, especially Moyo, and the population is low. People are undermining Moyo so much. Ajuman is better. The road does not work. But the road from Nairobi up to Yumbe, we get cough. People are dying. People are dying of cough. People are dying of sickness. And you are sitting, you are not taking this issue serious. Recently, people have been compensated. They have been paid their houses. What? Now, everything has disappeared. We don't know what is happening. Then to my ministers, I request, in the name of the mighty God, take our request as we meet the president. Take our request, take our cry, take our money. Our Moyo, Ajumani, Western Nile region must be lifted. When it came to elections, we gave the best. I was out to many nights. We gave the best for NRM. I'm NRM. from childhood. And I pray for this government. I pray for the soldiers. I pray for the ministers. I pray for the president. But why is Moyo issues not what? I wrote 5 letters to meet the president. As a bishop, not as a councillor, as a bishop. Then my letters all got lost in the state house. Please, that is our request for God and my country.
Members, indeed we are mourning, we are really mourning. Let us remain in order. The district chairperson, Koboko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to observe the protocol. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the nature of our submission, there's a lot desired out of our leaders, we leaders in West Nile. And I want to concur with the previous submission, the absence of our members of parliament across the West Nile. I know this issue we're discussing, they will say the chairpersons are the ones who have front this, and the members of parliament will keep a distance. It's my prayer that we move together as a region. I want to add a flash on what one of the honorable members for Bobongi about issue of regional councils. We did mention the same regional council when we came to northern Uganda to pay tribute for late Right Honorable Jacob Olanya. And we said, let us northern Uganda, let's come back and have another specific day that we leaders sit down, discuss issues of the region and submit. It has remained still on the table. Mr. President, for northern Uganda, Ulga, we are waiting for the call as a region to sit down and discuss issues of the regional matters. And we propose that all members of parliament within the region and the ministers must be present in that discussion, so that whatever we discuss is be able to take. To my two ministers who are present here, I know some of these submissions may be so hot, but that's the feeling of the local person down here. It's not only with the Moyo, it's across West Nile. I don't think our submission, we shall do submission on paper, but I know we shall not yield much fruits because of our disunity as West Nilers. In the line of partisan, in the line of tribalism, this one is coming from Mali, this issues of the other side we are not working, this is the Koboko issue, somebody from West Nile or Lubara is not understanding. If you don't speak one language, we shall remain in our state until no more. I want to bring to your attention the issue of environment. And I'm happy the security agencies are here, and I want to bring record for this. Indeed, Professor Christine, in our meetings in the regional, she emphasizes on the issue of environment. The rate at which West Nile is being depleted, exploited by not even West Nilers, by people who come from outside the country to deplete West Nile is so alarming. We see logs moving every day, accompanied by the army officers at times. These vehicles are command. But when we make an alarm, you say, this is General so-and-so, I work in the state house, allow my vehicle, if you want your life, allow this vehicle to pass. But members of parliament, you allow us to suffer down as district chairpersons and councillors. For how long should we allow our region to be exploited? Mountain K region is one of the forest reserves, and it was known for the white rhinos. Are the white rhinos there now? They took the white rhinos from Mountain K outside, I heard from another place for crossbreeding because of the nice beauty. Those white rhinos have remained up to date, they have not been produced, because our culture is very strong. We advocated that there must be a restoration of our wildlife, and that's what we are focusing as West Nile as a region. Tree planting, I want to say that should be taken into consideration across all the districts. And that goes to the technical team, the district forest officers who are in respective district, that let us impress June as the Environment Day, and we plant trees in that respect. As a district, with our meetings that we had, for me as the district of Koboko, I've taken that initiative of banning all charcoal transportation from Koboko out. And I want all the chairpersons of the region, let's stand on to that. Let our charcoal only be consumed within our districts, so that our environment is protected and is controlled. If we don't do that, we shall reap what we sow. Mr. Speaker, basing on to that, the issue of recognition, and I want the representative of the government to take this serious, and we shall confirm next year during Heroes Day. My honorable councillor from Lefori said she should be among those who are to be recognized as heroes. We are waiting for that day. If that one doesn't happen, there's no need for us to lament. I lost Francis J. Aime, an attorney, the speaker, somebody of high profile. The government promised a law faculty in Koboko. Up to now, the issue has remained on your table as government. You only bring this during campaign times to entice us, to lure us to give support for the government. But I think as vendors now, as West Nilers, we are going to rally for our independent campaign strategy. We are tired of this. Enough is enough. Let's not use our positions at the expense of the people of West Nile. Let's take the right information the way we have got. Seeking the audience for the president is like seeking audience to see God in this country. You heard Bishop says he has made the audience with the government, but members have failed. My appeal is, let's adopt this paper the way it is, and we await for the actions that has been put. Honorable Speaker, on the interest of time, if you can permit me, because you restrict us to 2 minutes, and a lot have been discussed, but most of the discussions are more of eulogies. I would therefore wish to move a motion that will receive and adopt the memorandum submitted by Wenda with this amendment as a working document for the Regional Council. I beg to submit.
Motion seconded.
Mr. Speaker, motion has been moved. In the interest of time, and I'm very aware the children are now getting tired also, I therefore move to second the motion for the closer. Thank you so much.
Next item on the order of business.
Next item on the order of business is eulogies from members of the council.
Honorable members, as we present our eulogies, I still stick to 2 minutes, and please be straight to the point. Honorable Secretary for Social Services, Moyo District, Anganzotere.
Mr. Speaker and the August House, for interest of time, allow me to observe the protocol. Mr. Speaker and the August Assembly, following the late Professor Christine Dranzoa's history of life, the late wasn't only an educationist, but a very humble developmental, trustworthy administrator, and determined personality. Mr. Speaker, the professional responsibilities she held were beyond her age he spent on this earth. Her contributions shall flash fondly in the minds of the people of West Nile, Uganda, Africa as a whole. However, Mr. Speaker, the late succumbed to death. Since it is the S-normal S-90 follows day, the angel of death took her soul and closed her chapter in education services on the date mentioned. Mr. Speaker, for permanent remembrance of her, I wish government of Uganda should establish the branch of Moyo University in Moyo district where the late hails from. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next. Is Honorable Chairperson Madiokolo.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir, I observe the protocol. I have a written memorandum. For purposes of record, I will wish the clerk serves you, and I read it as follows. Honorable Speaker, I am Drabe Ismail Idris, the District Chairman of Madokolo District.
Can we listen, members? Can we have a listening here?
I, on behalf of the people of Madokolo, and on my own behalf, rise to the floor of the August House to join the family of late Professor Dranzoa Christine, the Vice Chancellor of Moyo University, and the entire people of Moyo District, the local council members, District Executive Committee members of the districts of Northern Uganda, the West Nile, to mourn the death of Professor Christine. On June 28th, Madokolo District, the local government, with profound sadness, learned of the demise of our sister, icon, and legend, Professor Dranzoa Christine. At the age of 59 years, the timing of late Christine's death is premature. We will still benefit a lot from late Christine if she lived up to the age of 90 years, because she was a great resource to us. Late Professor Dranzoa Christine was the Vice Chancellor of Moyo University at the time of her demise. By having attained the honor of professorhood, talks volumes about the type of person late Christine was. More interestingly, having attained the honor to be appointed a university chancellor from among very many allies in our country, Uganda, is another beautiful attribute of the late. In our educational setup, for one to climb all the educational ladder like the professor has done, and yet being a girl child, one must be committed, dedicated, faithful, and hard-working child who is an upright person. Very many people have appreciated the work of late Christine just because she was dependable. Where you vested your hope and trust in her, you will realize your dream. Where she had set targets, this would also be achieved. She was kind and considerate to development issues. As the people of Madokolo District, we will always remember the late Professor Christine for having been development-minded. She was not biased in making managerial decisions, Under her docket, Muni University sought for land for establishing the Faculty of Agriculture in Okolo Sub-County in the Madokolo district. We unconditionally gave out this land, and the ownership of the land reverted to the university. Now that is no more, it is our hope that the next chancellor is going to prioritize the development of this institute to make us not to regret the giveaway of this land. As we assemble in this August House, I want the people of Moyo district to know that this period has been a dark one, not only to them, but to the entire people of West Nile and our country, Uganda. As the family misses her, we as West Nilers miss her too. As they recall and remember every small deed that the late Professor Christine did to them, they should know that the same fate is what any other reasonable West Niler is going through at this moment. This is so because late Christine touched the life of every West Niler and Uganda during her reign as our leader. As she departs today, she does not depart as a mother, guardian, and family leader alone, but she departs as the mother, guardian, and leader of all the people of West Nile and Uganda. On this occasion, on behalf of all the people of Madokolo, and on my own behalf, I wish to present to this council funeral support of 500,000 as the contribution of Madokolo district. May her soul rest in eternal peace for God and my country. Trabe Ismail, District Chairman, Madokolo.
Thank you, the district chairperson, for the eulogies and also for having extended support to the bereaved family. I think at an appropriate time, that one will be laid on the table, because I am sure all of us, unless otherwise, will attend the funeral service tomorrow. So, members, your contributions, if it is channeled today, right, it will be handled, but tomorrow, in case if you leave, will be handed to the family by the rest of people who remain behind. But we want to thank you, Mariokolo. I also had suggested that presentations of eulogies will now move district by district. I know when we were coming here, we had consensus and discussions about the late professor. So I hope from Mariokolo, that is a summarized eulogy handed before this council. So I now invite for Moyo, presentation of eulogy for Moyo. A representative will summarize the other thing, but if there are other members, please let them not exceed 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to present eulogies on behalf of the people of Moyo Sub-County. Mr. Speaker and members who are visitors in Moyo, Moyo Sub-County is the sub-county where the late had grown, where the body rested the whole of yesterday night, where we are going to have the mass, and it's where we are going to bury the late. Mr. Speaker and members, I knew the late in the year 1994 before I could see her, when I lost one of my uncles in the names of Otto in the village of Onyere, Logoba Parish, Moyo Sub-County, when we had no hope for education as young people. We were able to know from that time that God had sent somebody to extend her hands in that family. And my aunt, Adubio Christine, was picked by the late in 1994. She was taken to Kampala for school. And we were able to learn that the aunt who has taken her were two, the aunts, Mama Amalia and the late Professor Christine Dranzoa. In 2001, when Adubio Christine completed her primary 7 from Makerere University Primary School, she came back home to join Senior 1 in Methodist. When she came back with all her past papers, and she passed it very well. One of the huts in the home there became our library. We could go and study the past papers of Adubio Christine. And that was the basis of how we passed. It enhanced our capacity, and we passed with the younger brother, Tabule, actually of Kazana. We all shared those papers, and all of us passed our primary 7 very well. So in other words, I'm saying the late has also extended her hands to Adubio. That has made us pass very well. Since the beginning of this year, we have lost as Moyo Sub-County key people. From the 10th of January, we lost the only Brigadier General, Kodilima Kayes. On the 10th of February this year, we lost yet another greater personnel, the younger brother to late Professor Christine Dranzoa. The late Israel Charles Wewetro. He was a senior laboratory technologist. On the 13th of March, we lost a very promising officer in the names of his Assistant Superintendent of Police, Adibayo Alan. And tomorrow, again, we are going to lay to rest the only academic lioness of West Nile, Professor Dranzoa. This has affected the people of Moyo Sub-County. I will request all of us to pray for the people of Moyo Sub-County. I've also forgotten about losing the only principal fisheries officer, Jimmy Kirunda. This is a very big blow to the people of Moyo Sub-County. I stand with the family to eulogize the late. You have supported academics. You have opened the eyes of our girls in Marisa region. On behalf of the people of Moyo, on behalf of the people of Moyo Sub-County, I want to say, rest in a perfect peace. I beg to submit.
Submission by District Chairperson, Moyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I only stood up to offer my guidance to permit us to accomplish the different activities of the day. Mr. Speaker, while we are moving very well, allow me bring to your attention and to the August House that amidst us, apart from us, the elected leaders, there are different stakeholders who have come with the messages. We have the RDCs, we have the 2 ministers, we have representative of members of parliament, we have cultural leaders, we have religious leaders. We also have Moyo University Council. We have got different categories, Mr. Speaker, of stakeholders here. Probably that will have a representative to make a remark. And my fear is, also given the weather changes, but also taking into account these family members have been going through these kind of sessions throughout. And also, there are a few other colleagues who may wish to go back. I really request my colleague, honorable members of council, that the idea of having every district say something, while it is good, but we are sitting here as a region, different opinions expressed here reflect our aspirations as a region. May we therefore, I'm proposing that we instead now give more time for the other representatives, and finally the government representative, even the ULGA vice president, including on university, so that we finish this program in time and we also prepare for activities of tomorrow. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Proposal made before council.
Kaijuka Richard Arthur. The proposal is seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, District Chairperson Yumbe.
Honorable Speaker, with due respect, when you look at the order paper, there's an item that indicates eulogies from government officials and other dignitaries. And this particular item on the floor of the council is for the members of the council to eulogize. So I propose that unless the members of the council have exhausted their messages of eulogies, then we'll move to the next item. But Honorable Speaker, as the chairperson of Yumbe District, also permit me, if I'm permitted,
to do what?
To eulogize.
Yes, you are permitted.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, a lot of messages about Professor Kristen Dranzoa, about her contribution in national development and also in the field of academia have been mentioned. This therefore means that even if we sat here the whole day to talk about Professor Christie, we'll still not exhaust her contribution in national development and in the field of academics. It's all our wish that we'll continue to remember her of these enormous contributions and laying a very strong foundation Honorable Speaker, I was at the point of saying that we do appreciate Professor Christine for laying very strong foundation of Umoni University. If you look at the universities, the public universities that have been established in Uganda now, Umoni University stands out as one of those universities which is science-oriented and producing very serious graduates that compete not only nationally but internationally when it comes to innovations and contributing to national development. We all do appreciate this, and we will continue to pray that her soul rests in eternal peace. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Yumbe District, our humble contribution to support the burial expenses tomorrow is 1 million, and I request that through the chairperson Wenda, will make this contribution tomorrow morning.
Thank you, District Chairperson Yumbe, for your submission and also extending your contributions to support the funeral arrangement. I have Honorable Luke Romney. Let's see.
Mr. Speaker, for respect and for identity, my name is Robbie Emmanuel. I want to be identified with that name. I want to thank you so much for also pushing me high up with the look, that I give him due respect and one of his glorious son. Mr. Speaker, I want to stand to eulogize our sister, our mother, our great friend, a lovely, very generous, comforting, very good icon for West Nile, our late Professor Christine. I want to also identify myself with her that I'm one of the children who studied at Muni, and I joined her in 2011 to advocate for Muni University to represent students of Muni by then, and students of West Nile when we were still advocating for Muni to be granted university in West Nile. And today I stand as the chairperson for the district local government. On my own behalf, on behalf of people of Greater Lowland, Zombo, Pakwash, and Nebi municipality, we want to regret the sudden demise of our sister, late Professor Dranzoa. It's indeed sad and worst moment for us as West Nilers that we are sitting at this moment when the rate of teenage pregnancies in West Nile has shot so high. And we are losing and not regenerating. It has been our prayers of the people of Alura and the entire West Nile that men who have come here and the boys around will not admire young girls in uniform so that we can regenerate and produce more Professor Christine Dranzoa. Those who admire young girls in uniform, they should make more uniform for their wives so that they admire them and stop please impregnating our young girls so that we can have more of professors who are ladies and who can aspire fellow young ones. I want to thank the pupils who came and disassociated themselves that they are not students. That's a sign that they're showing that they're not ready to be women. And for them, they are girls and they are pupils. And it's a big signal to us who have come that these ones are young, but they understand. So let us avoid teenage pregnancy so that we produce more. And in our prayers, we say that we will protect the family of Christine. It's also my prayer, humble prayer, that men and boys who have come, none of them will impregnate her children when they have not finished their schools. I want to conclude by committing the district local government, Pakwash, Zombo, and the municipality that we shall support all the resolutions that we are discussed in the council today. And already as the district local government, we have designed some roads for avenue greening, and we shall choose one of the most beautiful one in her memory. We were in the process of identifying one road in the name of the late Right Honorable Jacob Lanyalo Kori. Then I think in the same day we are presenting it in the council, we shall present the road in the name of our late Professor Christine Dranzoa too. God bless you. And since I talked about girl child education, on my own behalf and on behalf of people we have mentioned represent, we want to offer 300,000 contribution for the children she has left to buy. It's from my own heart and the heart of our people that they'll use it whether for buying books or those girls remaining. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson Nepi. Is Chairperson Ajumani.
Much.
Then I am coming this side and we wind up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm aware once we lose good brain, takes time for us to reorganize ourselves. That's why the people are emotional, because these are the few good brains we have in this region, especially in Marisa region. And I think She's the only professor who is a lady. And more so a scientist. Therefore, really, we lost an educationist. We lost a strugglist, because I said strugglist because money came from nowhere. But money is now in the picture of the world because of Professor Dranzoa. We pray as the district of humanity I represent, I heard that all what the plans he said should be successful. We lost a patron. We lost a mother. Dranzoa was handling issues of this nation and this region without, regardless of that I'm from Made sub-region or not. That's why she was very successful in money. And as we utilize, we are here, we must really take note of all what has been raised on this day. I know it will take many years for us to recover as people of Made, as people of West Nile. But as my chairman Moyo was saying, death is a must. I therefore want to say we are very sorry on behalf of the District of Adjuma local government, which I heard. I totally, on behalf of the district, want to say we agree on the decision of this council, and we shall participate in the implementation of the decision taken. And I want to request that we must be consultative with our leaders at the national level, both members of parliament and ministers, few ministers we have here. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, before I sit down, I want to recognize my chairman of the board, Professor Nhue John. Professor Nhue is my chairman board for NACRIC and is a member of the University Council. You're welcome, sir. And when we lose a person of this caliber, there are very many things which will demand for resource mobilization. And therefore, on behalf of the Adjuma District Local Government, I want to present a humble contribution for the burial of 1 million. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, Adjuma District Local Government. Members, we have still our chief guest, the Right Honorable Grace Freedom Kuchin, the Minister for Northern Uganda, representing the government of Uganda in this meeting. So, Honorable, thank you very much for continuing to be with us. We still have the Right Honorable Minister of State for Primary Education, Dr. Joyce Moriko Kaduchu, who is representing the First Lady in this council. We want to thank you for being with us, present up to this time. We have members of my Parliamentary Committee They have mobilized themselves from the various districts, and others have conveyed their apologies already, but they have representatives here. So at an appropriate time, they will also speak to us. But we have a West Nile Parliamentary Committee here represented. So I want to thank you, Honorable Dr. George Boka, the MP of the district, for leading that team. Once more, when we began this meeting, we were graciously blessed to receive our brothers, our political team from the northern region, and this has been led by the leadership of our council, and they are right seated at the right-hand side of the chair, Honorable Speaker of Omoro District, where the late Gilbert Olanya Jacob, the late Speaker of Parliament, he hails from. The Speaker of Omoro District Local Government is here with us, and the Deputy accompanying. Members, I will continue recognizing the dignitaries present. We still have Moyo University Council and Senate well represented here. We want to thank you. We have the Made cultural chief and all the chiefs, cultural chiefs in the Made well represented here, but by His Highness Chief of Made and of also Rendike Chiefdom present with us. We want to thank you, our chiefs. Our religious leaders, we also want to thank you for being present. I see Church of Uganda well represented, and the Roman Catholic Church, and also the leadership of Madi community from Kampala. Our service providers, we all recognize your presence. Members, with that, allow me direct that we move to the next order of business.
The next item is eulogies from government officials and dignitaries.
Members, I know the list is enormous. We have specific dignitaries that we expect to eulogize. And for the chief guest, we'll have a separate time, because we believe as the chief guest is capturing all our intentions. And therefore, from the guests I had mentioned before, we may start from Moyo University Council and Senate. I know they have well prepared to have a representative to come and speak on their behalf. Then we shall have the Vice Chairperson of Uganda Local Government Association. He is here with us. We will immediately follow Moyo in the process of eulogizing. We shall have West Nile Parliamentary Committee representative, they are here, and will invite maybe one of the MPs, preferably my honorable representing the people of Moyo constituency, Honorable Aleruto Maza, to also salute the gathering and pass important information on this day of the council sitting. We shall have, this will be followed by the RDC. The RDC will also eulogize and maybe introduce the RDCs who have joined us. We shall hear eulogy from one representative of the cultural leaders. I know they have organized and they will have to present that. As I continue to gather more of people who will come on the list, after the cultural chief has spoken, the chairperson of Made community in Kampala can have a brief presentation or eulogy as we move on members. That is the proposal I wish to put forward before you. Now, may I invite Moyo University Senate to eulogize late Professor Christine.
Mr. Speaker, the dignitaries, because of time, may the protocol be observed. We've come here to speak on behalf of Moyo University Council and the Senate. On 27th December last year, Professor Christine called me and she came and visited me in Entebbe, where I live, and she requested that, actually she informed me that my name has been suggested to be in the council, that she has 4 years remaining, so she has some dreams to see that Moyo University grows to a bigger level than where it is right now. So she requested that we should accept to work together with her in this council. Definitely, her being my very good friend, I said yes. And 1 week to our council, God decided to call Professor Christine. And it was quite very traumatizing because I remembered all the discussions we had with her on 27th and the dreams he had for Moyo University. So as council, we decided that we should make all those dreams of Professor Christine to see the light. When we looked through the performance of Professor Christine, she performed beyond our expectation. Very excellent performance. Starting a university from scratch, at 13 billion, being able to put the buildings you see currently in Moyo University is not a simple thing. I don't know how she did it, but even me as an engineer, I don't think I was going to perform it that way. But she managed it. I want to thank Professor Christine with her team for that miracle they performed in the morning. Professor Christine and her team also managed, as we speak now, mobilize 3,500 acres of land for Moyo University. Can we clap for that? I think Moyo University could be one of the universities with the biggest amount of land. And this land was mobilized throughout West Nile. So I really want to thank Professor Christine for that. And there were a number of issues which were raised here. And also tomorrow we will be able to give our detailed eulogy. However, for the purpose of the council, I wanted to mention some of the issues straight away. First of all, the huge lands the different districts have given to Moyo University. We want to appreciate the districts and we want to assure the different districts that the past council, the current council which sat a couple of weeks ago, decided by starting first of all master planning all these properties, making sure they all have a master plan in place. The council has agreed on that. So immediately, all these properties you have given to Moyo University, we're going to start master planning them. And then right now, the university has now a fully fledged faculty for agriculture. And with this fully fledged faculty of agriculture, we are now looking at vividly starting to use the land in Mali. So very, very soon, you will be able to see the university moving in the land the Mali Okolo people gave for Moyo University. And we're looking at having an agricultural facility which the whole country, the whole of Africa will want to come and learn. And also it will be a learning center for the whole of West Nile. The council has also looked at the establishment of the medical school. That is one of the nearest things where the council also wants to do. A lot of paperwork has already been done. So we also want to be able to set up the medical school in the land in the morning. That process has also gone very far. And the council has also looked at setting up what we call the Money Holdings Limited. This is a company which is owned by Moyo University 100%. Now, one of the first things we want this company to do is to set up hostels. So very soon you'll also start seeing hostels will start to be, these are students' hostels, will start to be built in Moyo, in the campus where currently it is. So there is now quite a number of plans we are having in place. And these were exactly the aspirations of Professor Christine. So we want to ensure that these dreams come true. And in the same light, I also want to encourage Moyo District and the Adjumani District to join other counterparts in giving land for Moyo University. I'm sure once that land has been given, the University Council will be able to sit down and see basically what faculties or departments can be put in these facilities. So I pray that Moyo and the Adjumani will be able to follow suit and be able to give land for Moyo University, also as a big dream for Professor Christine. Yeah, and a member also raised an issue about the office which Wenda is using. I would like to confirm that this was under the leadership of Professor Christine. This was a management decision and it will continue as it is. Wenda will remain there, and I mean, you've given us a lot of land as Wenda, so this partnership has to continue, and we look forward for more other partnerships between the university and Wenda. And the family also raised a request to have a meeting with the University Council. I would like to highly say it is approved, and together with the management of the university, we are going to set a date as soon as possible so that the family can be able to meet with us. And as we had said, as the University Council, we had come up with resolutions to remember Professor Christian. I would like to confirm that those were resolutions we agreed as council, so that we will not forget Professor Christian. She's a founding vice chancellor. She's a founding chair of that university. We want Professor Christian's life to be remembered for several years in that university. We want to thank all of you for the support you have given and all the attributes and good words we have raised to Professor Christian. And we pray that may her soul rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Thank you, Moyo University, Council and Senate. We know right from the time we have had this demise, a lot of preparation had been done by the university towards the arrangement and also support to the late. And I want to thank you for also being present here. I now want to invite also the resident district commissioner for Moyo to briefly eulogize and maybe later introduce the other DCs present here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members of the Council, the Honorable Minister for Northern Uganda, the Honorable Minister for Primary Education, members of Parliament, and all dignitaries that have joined us in this regional council meeting. Mr. Speaker, today is a very difficult day for us as a district of Moyo and as a people of West Nile and Uganda, when we are seated here talking about someone that has extended virtually her support in supporting education services in this country. Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, my wife interacted with one of the colleagues of Professor from Makerere University in the course of her duties in Mbale. Without any prior knowledge, the colleague of late professor indicated to my wife that he wanted to connect my wife to have an interaction with professor, and they had scheduled to visit the professor on 7th, so that the professor would help my wife in her desires to pursue her PhD. So the appointment was for 7th. Unfortunately, professor will be laid to rest on 6th. That's how close my family had an opportunity to interact with her. My wife was already excited, preparing her papers and for the appointment on 7th. But when I passed the news to her, it was shocking to her, because we had never had an opportunity to interact with her. But her colleague quickly advised that she's the right person. That's the person today we are talking about. I want to extend condolences on behalf of my family and on behalf of all the people that Professor Christine has had an interaction with and made a contribution to their lives. I know that wherever she is glad that she did very well to people who are not related to her by blood, but by the love of the work that God had blessed her with, that she was generous enough to extend advice, counsel, support to anyone that she can hold their hands and pull up. This is a rare character. Our world today, everyone thinks about himself. We are not available now to hold each other's hands. We shall greatly miss Christine, and we pick a lesson from her generosity, that wherever you are, your doors should be open to help. Mr. Speaker, I have been reading the eulogies about Professor Christine that have been circulating in social media. One of the eulogies touched me by one student who was pursuing masters in engineering at Makerere University. And according to his narrative, he had almost missed his graduation because his results were missing. Not until he bumped into Professor at the corridors of School of Postgraduate at Makerere University. Just by that interaction in that minute, he was able to recover his results. And Professor each issued direct submission of the results. And he ended up graduating after a lot of frustration. That eulogy touched me. This is the kind of person that is lying before us as in this council today. We live to remember that exceptional service to this country, and it is my humble prayer that we can borrow a leaf and emulate this kind of behavior, that in our personal lives we should be able to extend the same at our various courses of duties. Mr. Speaker, we shall continue to join the family and all of you that have come to mourn with us tomorrow as we lay her to rest. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to introduce the Resident District Commissioner of Nebi District. Allow also me extend apologies from the Resident District Commissioner of Adjumani. He's not feeling well. He extended his apologies for not joining us today. Many other commissioners have confirmed that they will join us tomorrow when we are laying the body to rest. My deputy RDC is here. Sekama is busy, is on duty. I also want to introduce the District Commissioner of Deputy for Yumbe. Thank you so much for joining us, colleague. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you, RDC. We have received the apologies from the other RDCs. We hope we'll meet all together tomorrow. Next is MP West Moyo, Honorable Valerio Tomaza, and later on you invite the representative of West Nile Parliamentary Committee. And this will be done, I think, in 3 minutes. I have we are not doing good in terms of time. We have children amid us, and we have older persons also amid us, and therefore we need to cater for their interests. We shall be limited by time now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Ministers Joyce and Grace, my colleague, Member of Parliament for Bongi, Honorable George, former Members of Parliament, Honorable Anne Auru, and Honorable Atiku Bernard, Vice Chair Uluga, Northern Uganda, Chairman Wenda, members of the Western Regional Council, and I take cognizance of all the presence of cultural leaders, security men and women, businessmen and women, civil leaders, senior citizens, opinion leaders. I am called Alerotom Aza, Member of Parliament for West Moyo County. And on my own behalf, on behalf of the people of West Moyo County in particular, and people of Moyo District in general, I wish to welcome you for this tribute in honor of our fallen heroine, Professor Christine Dranzoa. My dear members, this is the saddest moment for the Mali community, people of West Nile, Uganda, East Africa, and the entire global academic community. I want to thank everybody, all of you, for standing with the Professor Christine Dranzoa in time of good health. When she was in good health, we were together. I want to thank you for standing with her in times of sickness. I want to thank you, and now in moment of sorrow, grief and bereavement, we are still together. All of us gave a spirited fight in order to save her life. She ran the race, she fought bravely till the end. My dear mourners, God's ways are not our ways. She's now at home with the Lord. We always say, God gives and takes. We are here to celebrate her life and times. What celebration? What are we celebrating? Get me loud and clear. Briefly, Mr. Speaker. A Pan-African educationist. A Pan-African educationist. She has been the executive committee chairperson of the Inter-University Council of East Africa, your chair, a mentor, a role model for the girl child. She was a part of a negotiating team in the company of Honorable James Baba, Mr. Asega Ariga, and a South Korean technical officer by the name of Professor Hung Kung. They were trying to negotiate for a $30 million for the development of Moyo University. We have already talked about the issue of land, where she lobbied land from the community, and she has been offered for faculties in Moyo, Yumbe, Mariokolo, and so on and so forth. She supported the West Nile Web. She supported the West Nile Symposium. My dear mourners, she has always been patrolling the corridors of Parliament under the Education Committee for funding, for supplementary budget for developing a university. I would like to recognize and thank the following members of Parliament who stood by her side. Honorable Kasiono Wadri, Honorable Tachano March, Honorable Abia Christine, Honorable Bernard Atiku, may you stand up for recognition and clap for this gentleman here. Clap, 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 and clap.
In a moment's time, I'll tell you the role he played. Honorable James Baba, Honorable Jessica Biko, Honorable Anna Oro, stand up for recognition. Please, you tried and you struggled for the establishment of the university. Honorable Alertom Aza, clap for me also, my family. We were there in the 9th Parliament together. Honorable Babadiri, Honorable Edward Simon,
Honorable, you have 2 minutes.
Honorable Andama Ferwa,
2 minutes.
And so on and so forth. My dear friends and dear mourners, it was Honorable Bernadette Tiku who first welcomed Professor Dranzoa in 2008 as a member of Social Service Committee of Arua District Local Government. And when Robert who came to Parliament in 2011, then some of us joined in. Otherwise, in a nutshell, the future Dranzoas are the ones who are before us. Some of them are still here, and others have already gone. The girl child is here. The boy child is here. These are the future Dranzoas. Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Minister for Northern Uganda, take our message loud and clear to the powers that be, that our girl child and the boy child have been at home for the past 2 years during the corona period. And recently, they have been at home for 4 weeks. Sanity must prevail in the Ministry of Education. Send loud and clear to Minister of Education, who also happens to be the First Lady, Janet Museveni, in State House in Entebbe. We want sanity. How can we dream of having the Dranzoas when our girls are still at home? They are pregnant. The boys are going all over, roaming all over. So please, this is my quarrel here. Otherwise, thank you very much. For everybody, when the time comes, journey mercies, save them wherever you are going, and may the Almighty God rest the soul of Professor Christine in peace. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you very much. May I call upon our General Secretary for West Nile Parliamentary Caucus to come and share with us his eulogies. You are welcome, Honorable George Eboka. Saya baik tu je. Manzo kali tu.
The Right Honorable Speaker, the Chief Mourner, and all mourners, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Boka Didi George is my name. I stand here in 2 capacities. The first capacity is representing the people of Obobi constituency. And the second capacity is I represent the chairperson of the West Nile Parliamentary Caucus, which is a caucus of 43 members of parliament that you, the people of West Nile, elected to represent you in parliament. Our chairperson, Honorable Lawrence Songa, should have been here with us, and the entire executive of the West Nile Parliamentary Caucus. Unfortunately, as I speak now, he is in the US, representing the government of Uganda and Parliament in particular, because he's chair of the Natural Resources Committee, rather Environmental Committee. On behalf of the West Nile Parliamentary Caucus, on behalf of the people of Obongi District, and on behalf of my family, I want to add my voice to the other voices that have already expressed their feelings and emotions to say condolences to the family, the Mali community, the West Nile and Northern Region community, and the entire government and people of Uganda on this dark and sad day and week when we mourn a fallen sister, mother, teacher, educationist, a leader, a Pan-Africanist, and above all, an environmentalist that cares about the earth and the environment. I first learned through my brother, Dr. Richard Magui, about the ill health of our sister when we had an occasion, as the northern region called the Nile. And quickly, as the West Nile Parliamentary Caucus, who alerted our chairman, as well as our regional whip, to link up with our sister, Dr. Joyce Moriko, to work closely with the State House, the Minister of Education, and His Excellency the President to see what can be done to save the life of our sister. Unfortunately, on the 28th, very early in the morning, I received the news of the demise of our sister. Honorable Speaker and dear mourners, I know Christine for 30 years. I first met Professor Christine in 1992 when I joined Makerere University as a fresher. And there were two people who touched our lives. Professor Christine and Dr. Koma Lee, who were the two Mabia academics in Makerere University, who were very, very close to us. And one statement, all the times in our MOMSAM, Moyo Makerere Students Association, engagements they would remind us about is, the Mabis do not cross the Nile to come and fail in Makerere University. And indeed, we did not shame them. And she reminded us that education has no limit and challenged us not to get comfortable with the first degree. And that's why no wonder she became a professor and the head of a university. Christine will be remembered for a lot of things. That even if we spend the whole day eulogizing her, Christine will be proud in her grave if we, the people of West Nile, remain united, unity in diversity. She'll be united, peaceful in her grave if we ensure peace, security, and stability in West Nile. When we secure our land and environment and natural resources. When we skill our young men and women and boys and girls through education. When we secure the health and well-being of our region, together with Christine and Dr. Richard, we had already great ideas about how, as West Nile, we need to strengthen the regional health system. During the corona pandemic, we worked closely with the Professor Christine to see to it that Moyo University becomes one of the universities with a PCR machine for COVID-19 testing. All the other things were placed except a generator that we worked with Christine, Professor, to enhance the diagnostic capacities of the university. The list will go on and on and on. But in summary, I want to say thank you, Wenda, the chairperson and the executive of West Nile Development Agency, and all the leaders from the 13 districts of West Nile, and our brothers from the Greater North, Acholi and Lamos Aboriginal, who may be here present, and Uganda at large, for the solidarity you have expressed. The resolutions that you have made are loud and clear. The prayers you have made are the prayers of the people and the leaders of West Nile. As the West Nile Parliamentary Caucus, we do associate with the resolutions of this council, as well as the prayers. As I conclude my own observation, I would like to make to government is this. The two ministers here present are not in here as government, in my opinion. They are mourners, they are the bereaved. Dr. Moriku is a bereaved person mourning her sister. She's accompanied by Honorable Freedom Kuchui as a sister coming to mourn her sister. We expected government to have delegated a high-level lead of government to be here to console our sister at this moment when we are mourning. This should be food for thought for us. And when the chairman Ajumani says sometimes we are taken for granted, is for a reason. When the chairman Ajumani said, it seems government is taking West Nile for granted. We are stakeholders in this nation called West Nile. We have equal stakes and interests, and therefore, at both good moments and sad moments like this, the government, the leadership of this country should consider us equitably. Prof. Christine, you've hosted this banquet.
In summary, you left with the Amina.
May your soul rest in eternal peace till we meet again. I say this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. George P. Obonge, and is here on behalf of West Nile Parliamentary Committee. I want to take this time now to invite the Vice Chairperson of Uganda Local Government Associations to come and eulogize us.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker and Owners, the Western Nile Parliamentary Caucus has made a modest contribution of about 5 million Ugandan shillings that will be delivered to the family tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you on behalf of this council and on behalf of the family. I want to thank you. Please extend our gratitude to the members of the Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Minister for Northern Uganda, and Honorable State Minister for Primary Education, Honorable Members of Parliament, District Chairpersons, the leadership of Moyo University, and distinguished participants in this session, ladies and gentlemen. Speaker, sir, I am Awany Andrew Moses, the District Chairperson of Kwale District Local Government and Vice President Uganda Local Government Association. I stand here today as a son of Northern Uganda, but also as a leader who shares the pain of its people. On the 25th of June, we had a scheduled program for a regional meeting supposed to take place on the 1st of July. And it was already being mobilized. But on the 28th, we learned of the demise of our sister, Professor Christine Dranzoa. Through our consultations, we had to call off immediately. And we mobilized people from the greater north to make sure that we stand together during this hard time. Unfortunately, from Lango region, the BDM campaign by cabinet ministers was still running on. And they have sent their condolences. And they have told me to come and deliver their message that they share your pain and they are putting you in prayers. I want to recognize my brother, the Speaker of Umoro and the Deputy, who has managed to travel to represent the people of Acholi. Of late, as people of Northern Uganda, we are coming to the awareness that we have forgotten one thing. We have forgotten that if we are not together, we cannot go very far. And we cannot all be strong if we don't have pillars of people and icon championing the common interest in our region. I come here to identify myself with the family of the late Professor Christine Dranzoa. I met her when I was the resident district commissioner in Gulu. The constituency college was just being initiated. They had gone for a Senate meeting in Gulu University, and a strike broke all of the southern. And when I came, I was trying to move around to calm down the students. And then they asked, who is that boy moving? They said it's an RDC. Then they sent people to come and tell me that, tell him to go away. Students do not want to know and even hear from such representatives of government at this trying moment. They will beat him, they will kill him. So I continued. And we talked to a number of students who were there, and the strike came down, and their meeting continued. I visited among the team that came from Gulu when the inception of Muni University was being the constituency college. I visited. I learned about the dedication and commitment on our part to operationalize and make Moody University what it is now. I stand here to say I honor and I recognize all you have done to us, Sister Christine, even when you cannot breathe now. When I was here, I again learned that Professor Christine, out of her own pocket, was educating a number of pupils and students in schools. Some have completed and some are still in schools. Very few human beings of these days, with the words we are speaking here, have such hearts. Majority of us want monies to be accumulated in our pockets and homes. I want to stand here and challenge all of us that if you have resources within your reach, help the vulnerable children. Professor did it, and I hope she has not died in vain. She has left so many ambassadors who will preach goodwill to the rest of the people. I couldn't hesitate here today. I am therefore saying, as leaders of Northern Uganda, it's a high time we unite and come together and identify and profile all our icons and support them, be behind them, if we want Northern Uganda to shine. Professor did it, and we should continue to thank her for the hard work she did. As local governments, we benefit from the raw material produced from these universities. For a lot of time behind, local governments had a lot of human resource gaps because majority of the people had to go to Makerere and Kiambogo and the rest. But because of the commitments of leaders and people, we now have these decentralized universities, and it is doing us great work. Unfortunately, some of our children look at it as a rural thing. They want to go to Kampala, they want to go elsewhere. Let us sensitize our people to appreciate and enroll in this university. This will be one of the memories that will keep Professor Christine sleeping home well. As Moyo University, my knowledge is that Professor Christine gave all of her entire life in building the institution. I pray, as part of the meeting that the family will have, that you consider to decently put another monument in form of something bigger in Mama Christine's home, for the memory that everybody will appreciate that if you do good work will follow you. I know the University Council are committed and will be in position to provide the same. As Uganda Local Government Association, I would want to register and probably notify you that of late, the people who worked hard and studied, there is now becoming a very big gap between this current age group and the children that are coming up. We get enrollments in P1 by almost 100%. By the time they are reaching P7, they are less than 15%. By the time they are completing Senior 4, they are not even 9%. By the time people are reaching to the university level, it's just a handful. If we do not consider to look for the missing links, we will continue to lose the ones that have worked hard and have no replacement. It's a simple saying which goes like this: when the roots are weak, the tree cannot stand. If the roots are weak, the tree will not stand. And so it should be part of the challenge. We need to mobilize private sector to support Wemba, West Nile. I want to appreciate the leaders of West Nile. I want to appreciate and honor you so much. Mobilize the business community, the private sector. The trust fund we are talking about, we can extend our hand and have many children who are bright but are dropping out of schools to close these gaps. This should be one of the things we're doing in this time of leadership for us to bridge the gap which is available. We have lost our sister today. We must work hard for a replacement. I want to say, for all of you that have come here, go with this message. Let it be our responsibilities as parents to make sure that the children we have at school are supported and they continue. There is a very high degree of a responsibility now among parents, and that is causing a very big gap. Parenting was a collective role those days. I think it is the reason we had the likes of the Honorable Minister and the members of Parliament who are being introduced, and our late fallen sister. If we do not collectively play that role, at one point we'll remain without. I challenge the young girls, the pupils and the students who are part of this session today, that you should have a mind to reflect and think so that you progress with your education, and tomorrow you become a cornerstone in the development of this region. We love you and we want to encourage you to take your studies seriously. If you study and become a powerful person tomorrow, you'll be the ones conducting this council, you'll be the ones to be in Parliament, you'll be the ones to be everywhere. So don't look at yourself as a child down there. If you study hard, you will sometimes even climb beyond where the people you see here have reached. With all this, I want to say, as myself, I have learned that Professor had started to raise children in school. And I am committing here 500,000 shillings to be given for the trust fund. It is not supposed to support burial. And that trust fund, according to the Secretary, West Nile Parliamentary Group, you heavily said it. I request that you people, together with Wemba, negotiate with government for this trust fund to be realized. Let the hopes of the children that Professor Christine had started to give hope continue to strive. I say all this, and I would want to say, till we meet again in heaven, Professor, bye-bye. For God and my country.
Thank you, the Vice Chairperson Ulga, for joining us, for also coming in person, and for your contributions that you have extended through this sitting council to the trust fund. Honorable members of the Regional Council, at this time, allow me now to invite the Minister of State for Primary Education to give us a brief eulogy, and at the end of the day also invite the guest, our guest for this session, our chief guest. That is none other than the Honorable Grace Freedom Wichin, the Honorable Minister for Northern Uganda. And I still insist, she represents the government of Uganda. And the Honorable Joyce Moruko Tuchu, Minister of State for Primary Education, represents the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports in this sitting. So members, please take it from me. That is the position. Okay? Thank you.
The Right Hon. Speaker and the August House, the mourners in your respective capacities, I stand to pay tribute
to our fallen hero, my sister, a colleague, a mentor, and indeed the reason why we are paying the tribute today. I'm representing the Minister of Education and Sports, Mama, the First Lady, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni. She sent me with a condolence message, which I will read, place it before this council on the table. But before that, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me inform this August House that the First Lady, who is also the Minister of Education and Sports, has closely followed the progress and the prognosis of our sister right from the time she was readmitted in National Referral Hospital at Mulago. On the 1st of June 2020, that was on Wednesday, when we heard that our sister was sick, she personally had a meeting with me and sent me right to Mulago Hospital and to check on the late Professor Christine Dranzoa and give her a feedback that very evening on the possibility of her treatment in the event that she need advanced care or in the event that she need further referral for advanced care, and to speak with her doctors on that possibility. And indeed, Right Honorable Speaker, I gracefully did that and gave her a feedback. And together with our own doctors, Dr. Richard Idro and other doctors, Dr. Richard, the one from Moni University, Mangui, and the other Madi doctors, indeed, the doctors worked around the clock tirelessly. 2 days, that was 2 days after her readmission. She was readmitted on Monday, and I went on Wednesday to the hospital. And before the weekend, Right Honorable Speaker, the First Lady informed His Excellency, the President of this country, about our sister's condition. And indeed, due to the schedules that I have, she told me the President instructed and assigned Dr. Okia, who is a state doctor, and he is our in-law, to follow up with the managing doctor and give him a report. Indeed, both the President and the First Lady followed our own sister all through these challenges together with the doctors until on 28th of last month when she took her last breath. Unfortunately, God did not allow her to live for us. All doctors have tried their best together with the head of state and the First Lady. Allow me now to turn to read the message from the First Lady. Condolence message. The staff of the Ministry of Education and Sports learned with profound shock and grief about the dismay of Professor Christine Dranzoa, which occurred on 28th June 2022. The death of Professor Christine Dranzoa left everybody who knew her at the Ministry of Education speechless. Professor has been at the center of many important activities at the ministry's education sector, and she was an icon that needed no introduction within the sector. Her active and candid participation in the education sector annual review workshops will remain remembered in our memories with her passion for the girl-child education that saw her rise to the helm of Forum for African Women Education is way.
During her stay and work in the education sector, lady cherished by many of her devotion and committed to work, but also for her professionalism. She has had a very progressive profile and has left a clean record of service in the education sector. She distinguished herself as a selfless servant who served with dignity and integrity. We are grateful to God for the numerous talents she gave her, which she willingly put to maximum use to serve her country diligently. She has gone with vast experience and her intellect that saw her grow through the ranks of Vice Chancellor of Moyo University. She has steered the university family from its infancy to now a well-established higher education institutions in the region and beyond. The university, the West Nile, Uganda, and Africa has indeed lost a thorough, accomplished education icon and an academician who has put a pillar in the public higher education arena. It is indeed a difficult time, not only for the family members, but also for all of us who worked and associated closely with her. We will miss Professor, and we have no doubt the family will miss her even more. We encourage you and all those touched by her life on earth to draw on your strength, and above all, the strength from God to sustain the good things, the good deeds, and keep her spirit alive. On behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports, the entire education sector, and on my own behalf, I convey our deepest condolences to the family and the district and the entire region and the country at large. We pray that God in His mercy stands in the gap she has left. And we pray that God comforts all of us affected to manage the hard truth that she is no more. The First Lady mourns with this verse from Revelation 14, chapter 14, verse 13. Then I heard a voice from heaven saying, "Write this, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Yes, says the Spirit, they will rest from their own labor, for their deeds will follow them. May her soul rest in eternal peace." Janet Kataha Museveni, First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports. Mr. Speaker, I will lay this condolence message on the table, in the council. But as I conclude, allow me to say, at the Ministry of Education and Sports, we've got policies in all education institutions, most especially the university. And the policy is that when a university loses a staff, the university take care of the entire process, the entire burial expenses as per the policy approved by the University Council. And this is the first time we are losing a Vice Chancellor at a sitting chair as the Vice Chancellor. And because of that, the Chair Council has talked about that. The university policy has it all to take part of the burial expenses. However, the First Lady on Tuesday made immediately a humble contribution of 10 million, which was given to the organizing committee in Kampala, and the Ministry of Education. The staff have also made contribution, which probably the commissioner will announce tomorrow. And I want, on my own behalf, I also stand and represent the women in Moyo. I speak and I condone with the women in the entire West Nile. And I condone with the girls who are here with us and those who are not here. Professor is a servant leader. She was humble, result-oriented. She was so passionate about her profession. She was an education icon. We've got 53 registered licenses and recognized universities in this country. Out of the 53, we've got only 3 universities that are headed by female vice chancellor. One of them was Moyo University, where the vice chancellor was a lady. We have Kabale University, where the vice chancellor is a lady, Professor Joy, Government University. And we have Bishop Stewart University, a private university, where the vice chancellor is a lady. Right, Honorable Speaker, you can see the whole country, as we mourn our fallen hero, has been left with only 2 female professors as vice chancellors of university. And she was the second vice chancellor as a female to head a public university after Professor Mary Opapol, who was in Busitema. Then comes Professor Christine Inimoni, then Kabale and Bishop Stewart. Fellow mourners, we can see the kind and the caliber of person we are mourning, given the fact that the current government, we appreciate His Excellence, the President, for appointing and recognizing the role of women in leadership at top positions in this country. However, this position is not seen, especially in higher education, in the universities. The universities are by and large headed by our male counterpart. There is a lot to be done for us, the women of this country. There is a lot for us to be done to keep the legacy of Professor Christine Dranzoa alive, to ensure many more women take up the mantle to head the higher institution of learning in this country. She was the first woman in West Nile to get a PhD in science. And of course, she's the first professor from West Nile. And we cherish her legacy, the founder of Moyo University. And for that matter, Right Honorable Speaker and the members, we will continue to lobby for the women to continue to take positions of leadership, most especially in higher teaching institutions in this country. Professor was a woman activist. She ensured women are empowered. Women's voices are heard loud and clear. She ensured women can make decisions, they can plan, they can own property. And she spoke about gender-based violence without fear, without favor. As women of this country, we've lost indeed somebody who has been there for us, who has been our voice, the voice of the voiceless. We continue to advocate and to keep her legacy up by advocating against gender-based violence. and for the girl child. Books before babies was the slogan for our late professor. The girls will continue to keep that legacy to ensure that the girl child education and the plea for the girl child is upheld. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, as Minister of Education and Sports, we developed the National Teacher Policy that was approved on 1st April 2019. The policy was mandated to ensure the Ministry of Education is to establish this time round professionalism and standards of teacher professions, and to enhance the development and the management of teachers. And in line with that, the ministry was mandated to establish the Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education, which is to offer programs at degree levels and to transform the current teaching institutions, the 23 PTCs and the 23 core PTCs, to a higher level that can train and offer degree programs. And the ministry had made that announcement in public. However, due to demand, due to cry, and due to public outcry, the ministry is currently carrying out consultation across the country, getting opinion of people, including RAPPTC. I recall a couple of months ago, I was with the director, together with the LC5 chairman of Moyo and other stakeholders, doing consultation on the same. So I want to stand before this August House and to affirm the position that the ministry has not made a final decision on this matter. We are still making further consultation, and we will take the advice of the stakeholders, especially the district and the region, very seriously as far as the issue and RAP and other PTCs are concerned, including the one in Zombo, where consultation has been taking place. And I want to pledge once again that we will listen to the outcry of the people to ensure whatever decision will be taken on RAP and other PTCs will be owned by the people for sustainability. Our sister, my mentor, my colleague, farewell to you. Rest in peace. It's my duty and my singular honor to invite the government representative who is here putting a big sauce, and that is Honorable Grace Freedom, which means the Minister for Northern Uganda. My pleasure, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of State and the Ward for Moyo, for taking us through and also providing possible solutions to the fears and the problems that have been encountered in the process of deliberating on the memoranda. Honorable Minister of Northern Uganda, I want to now invite you once more on the invite of your colleague to talk to the members of the council and the mourners who have come to also attend this council session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and your council, and the West Nile region at large, the bereaved family, and all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My speech will be in 3 parts. I'll give a brief eulogy. I'll also attempt to respond to some of the issues raised. Then I'll read a written speech from the Right Honorable Prime Minister Moses Ali. I want to thank you, the leaders of West Nile, for organizing this regional council meeting. If you didn't do it, I think we would have questioned you why you didn't do it. Because as West Nile, we have cherished the contributions of Professor Christine. We have loved the way she has worked with West Nile. We have appreciated every inch of development in Moyo University. Professor Christine is an icon, is a gem of West Nile, is a gem of this country, is passionate about education, passionate about the girl child, passionate about West Nile, passionate about everything she does, and she really loves to do it excellently. I had some interaction. I remember when we had the first graduation of university, that is when she announced that all that she has put there was totaling to 13 billion. And even His Excellency the President commented, said, is it 13 billion? And if you compare with other universities, I think there is value for money in Moyo University. I asked her one of those days, I said, how do you make this university very clean like this? She said, we do it ourselves. Even the compound, we did it ourselves. We didn't hire any expert. We just stood here and said, how should our compound be? And we managed with our own local staff. And if you go to Moyo University, you can only feel proud about it. Immaculate. We have had many meetings there. And if you asked her, she wouldn't even refuse. She would just say, this is our university. And I hope that we can continue with our meetings in the university. It is our pride as the West Nile. Early this year, when children went back to school, again we met and we said, why is it only schools in West Nile going on strike? Koboko had gone on strike. Kombachi had gone on strike. Moyo SS had gone on strike. Another school in Gulu had also gone on strike. And so she offered, she said, why don't you come and we discuss? We are one of the least educated region, like somebody already alluded earlier on. And even when this opportunity is here for us, we still continue going on strike. Really? Many schools down south have not gone on strike, but us in West Nile who have gone on strike. I really want to appeal to students and teachers and management of our institutions. This is not a joking matter. If we continue going on strike, we lose opportunity and we lose it more than the rest. We shall miss it, we shall not gain it. Let's hold our education with passion. Let's commit our children dearly. And when we learned about some of those causes of the strike, it was just about watching football. There was no video put for the students. I said, really, there could be better reasons for a strike. Even then, it shouldn't really be a strike. There's room for dialogue all the time. We were discussing as Northern Uganda how we could get out of poverty. And by that time, we were still piloting parish development model under our office, Prime Minister's office. So we had a lot of discussions about it with General Salim Saleh. We had so many meetings. Professor Christine readily availed university research and find ways of how we can get out of it. As I speak now, Muni University has a very detailed research paper on all the commodities we grow in West Nile. And it has formed part of the information that now Ministry of Agriculture and even the commodities selected under the parish development model. I also learned later on that Muni University had offered land for oil palm trees, which is now doing very well in Kalangala and has literally pulled out people of Kalangala out of poverty. I also want to reiterate that Northern Uganda, we are poor for two reasons, two main reasons. One is subsistence farming, and the second one is lack of cash crops, lack of perennial cash crop. If you look at the whole of Northern Uganda, we don't have any perennial cash crop. And so we cannot earn throughout the year. We live on subsistence, mainly for food, and when we sell, it is accidental. We don't aim to get income, but other areas aim to get income. So I learned, as we were discussing what cash crops we could introduce to Northern Uganda, that Muni University, through Professor Christine, had actually offered land for oil palm. And on the other side, Gulu University has also offered land for oil palm along the Nile. And I really long to wish that this becomes true for West Nile and for Northern Uganda. Because if you go to Kalangala now, I had the opportunity under the instruction of His Excellency the President, to fly over Kalangala without stepping down. And you don't see any grass-thatched house in Kalangala. Every house is modern, every house has solar on top. The place is green. But for us, we still suffer from seasons, and when the rains come, it is also another disaster. So Northern Uganda, people of West Nile, I really want to appeal to you that let's look seriously at perennial cash crops. I want to highlight, because we have just concluded parish development model sensitization, all ministers and members of parliament were sent to their regions and districts, and I want to highlight here that there are 7 commodities we are working with. One is coffee, the next one is dairy farm, dairy cow, fruits, piggery, poultry, food crop, fish farming. However much land you have, you can actually concentrate on this. And only 4 of those items can bring us out of poverty. I know you are thinking of our traditional crops we have been growing here. And when you ask people here, they immediately say, we want to grow soybeans, we want to grow sunflowers, we want to grow simsim. Yes, if you are going to grow simsim or sunflower or soybeans, do it in land more than 5 acres or even 10. This also includes cotton. But if you grow it in small acreage, we shall never get out of poverty. We have grown these crops for ages and we have never gone out of poverty. So with this parish development model advice from government, please leaders, let's take this serious. And let's concentrate on those 7 commodities with an economic eye, with a commercial eye, so that we get out of poverty. It was said here, Professor Christine was in the corridors of Parliament. She never fell short of consultations. Whenever she needed help of budget, of any development, university, she would reach out to any of us without hesitation. She was a strong person, but gentle. She is one who would always cry about our enrollment as people of West Nile in the university. You will complain as West Nile, why are our numbers few in Muni University? And professor would reach out and say, please, there is time. Politicians, you mobilize students. You mobilize people to apply. She tried. I don't know whether we shall leave this to go to waste, but it's a challenge to us that we really need to up our game to send our children to the university. Our only university near home, within the ball is in our courts. I now want to briefly answer a few issues from the memorandum. The chairperson, Wenda, I'll not, of course, respond to all, but I want to say that I support. These are issues of West Nile. I agree to them, and we should work on them together. But of course, I don't agree going to the bush, because there is room for dialogue. First of all, there was an issue raised about the white rhinos. I have seen a letter from Honorable Butime, Minister of Tourism and Wildlife Authority, committing government to begin translocating some white rhinos to Ajai Wildlife Reserve, which is just in Madiokolo here, this financial year. The rhinos were brought back from the US and they were put in Ziwa Rhino Sanctuary. They have multiplied. They are now 33. Somebody was saying they are not producing. They are now 33. And soon we shall see white rhinos back in Ajai Wildlife Reserve, because it has been studied and found that is the area where they can survive. I also want to, somebody alluded to the roads. We have roads in West Nile, and this includes the road which is being worked on under EU now, the road from Atiak through Adjumani to the river. I think that has gone to great extent and soon it will be completed. This morning I came from Gulu. I left Gulu at 7:45 and I arrived here at 10:15, something which was never there before. I think we should thank this government for the commitment on the development. The road from the river through Moyo, Yumbe to Koboko is already committed, and it is already being worked on, in the sense that compensation has been done close to 80%. I know the challenge has been some institutions like schools and health facilities were not yet compensated, but also those will be done. And the procurement is really high, and soon it will be completed. The other roads of West Nile include Panyimur, Pakwach, Wadlai, Obongi, up to Moyo here. That is high on the priority of government. Another road is from Nebi Goli Paida Zomowar Vora, is also high on the agenda of government. What I can say is that we should always talk about them. We should advocate as one voice. The government is trying to do something. It's funny to say I support the views and then also try to give answers, but this is the situation. I cannot go without mentioning this. Somebody also talked about power. We see a lot of progress from Muni Power Station, Nebi Power Station, Oluyo Power Station, which are being constructed, and I think soon they'll be completed, and then the power from the national grid will be transmitted to West Nile. We all look forward to that day when we shall be connected to the national grid. Nyagak 3 is also almost completed, has progressed after stalling for a while, and we look forward for this as well. Somebody said earlier that this should have been a state burial. But in Uganda, state burials are for presidents. And I think we should make the difference and understand the difference. So far, it is only presidents who have been given state burials. Others have been given official burials, like one of the Right Honorable late Speaker, Jacob Olanya. It was an official burial. And I regret, if it was attempted and rejected, I don't know, but we could have tried to ask for an official burial from government, but I'm not sure whether that was done. But even so, I think we have to thank the government for the far they have supported this. We know the president gave 30 million to meet the funeral expenses. The president also gave a UPDF helicopter to transport the body, and some medical treatment expenses have also been taken care of. And tomorrow, the Vice President in person will be here as Chief Mourner to be with us, because the government takes this as a blow and a shock to the efforts that it has been making to education. And in the person of Christine Dranzoa herself, for the commitment, for all that she did, I think it wouldn't have passed government really to contribute to this funeral. Another light side of Christine I knew, that she was a very good driver. And many times I say, why do you choose to drive? They tell us public officers should not. said, even if I have a driver, I love driving. I could have even competed for rallies. I love driving. So everything she did passionately. I now want to take this opportunity to read a condolence message from Right Honorable Second Deputy Prime Minister, whom I would like to apologize is not able to be with us, because we all know that he needed to have rest. And this is how it goes. I'm saddened by the untimely demise of a renowned academician, girl rights activist, and scientist of her generation. As you may be aware, Professor Christine Dranzoa defied all the odds to rise from a humble background to the highest echelons of academic excellence in Uganda. Her contribution in the field of imparting knowledge, research, innovation, and generally uplifting the standards of education in our country is unmatched. In 2014, she was among others appointed by His Excellency the President to be at the forefront of establishing Mooney University, an assignment she executed with diligence and honor. Basing on her excellent performance, His Excellency the President reappointed her as Vice Chancellor, Mooney University, in the year 2020. During her stewardship, Mooney University grew by leaps and bounds. Its enrollment has significantly increased, and so is its infrastructure, courses offered, and collaboration with other universities and institutions both in Uganda and abroad. You will recall that in August 2019, Mooney University hosted the Uganda-German Investment Symposium, whose objective was to, among others, open up West Nile as an investment hub for foreign investment, given its strategic location and gateway to countries like South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Central African Republic. Professor Christine is credited for playing a pivotal role in the success of this symposium, which among others culminated into establishment of the Post-Harvest Center at Mooney University by a German company called Reiler. Professor Christine Dranzoa was handy in establishment of a joint venture project between ASEA Mixed Farm and Sun Farming, a German-based company, which is going to establish a 30-megawatt solar project on 55 acres of land, which I offered in a Germany district. This project was launched by His Excellency the President on 7th December 2019. Professor Christine Dranzoa was an entrepreneur. She owned a dual-purpose farm at Manyalwa Village, Pakele Sub-County, a Germany district, where she reared longhorn and shorthorn zebu cattle. Professor Christine was an icon and a beacon of hope for many people whose lives she touched and impacted. West Nile, and indeed Uganda in general, has lost a valuable asset whose contribution to the academia and socio-economic development will forever be revered. I had an opportunity of seeing her on 10th June 2022 when I went to check on her at Mulago National Referral Hospital. We hoped that she would pull through, but this was not possible. God decided otherwise, and we have to accept His verdict. She has departed, but her legacy will live on. She will forever be in our hearts. I have made a contribution of 1 million shillings towards burial expenses. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, our chief guest, the Right Honorable Minister for Northern Uganda, for clearly
My office will also contribute a modest 2 million towards the burial expense.
we thank you, Honorable Minister, for presenting the clear position of the government and also supporting the arrangements and standing with your people of Northern Uganda and West Nile at large at this difficult moment. Members, allow me now in a special manner recognize and request the cultural chief of Madi sub-region and all the chiefs to stand up for recognition. To stand up, it is a little bit, it's hard for me to, it is not in a normal way to permit a chief to stand up, but please, I would pass it in that manner for the monarchs to see you and the chief guest. That is the paramount chief of Made and the chief of Rendike Chiefdom of Moyo. We thank you for gracing our occasion of tribute. Honorable members of the council, clerk, what is the next item on the order of business?
Next item is paying of last respect. Last respect.
Okay, members, we shall pay the respect as we move and leave the presence of this council. And the procession will of course be led by the speaker, the procession will be led by the speaker, and the chief guest will be in the line of the procession. The minister, the Honorable Minister for State for Education is here representing the First Lady. We shall have the West Nile Parliamentary Committee with the MPs, including our own Honorable Alero Tomaza, the RDC, with all the RDCs present and the security team. The district chairpersons will follow as we move, and all of us members of the council will be on the line after the district chairpersons. And that will be followed by the University Council. I also want to let you know that from the start, we have been here with the University Council, and they have stayed with us till now. Please kindly may you rise up for recognition for the members to see, all of you, the members that have come from the university. I want to thank you. I have a list of them here, but now because of time, I might not read all of them. We have the Right Honorable Speaker of Rendike Chiefdom also present with us. Please kindly may I request you to stand up for recognition. That is Honorable Mondogo Christopher. He is the Speaker of Rendike Council. And I want to thank you for being present with us. You are one of them. We feel we should recognize you. You are a speaker. Thank you. My members of the council, as I conclude, allow me recognize my right honorable speakers of all the regions who have traveled on our invitations to come and deliberate with us and mourn with us and to see the organization of this council becomes a success. I want to thank you for coming, and I will now, I will now read their names as it moves so that they rise up for recognition. We have Wani Emmanuel, District Council Speaker, Marata. Thank you. We have Drakana Adrian, Deputy Speaker, Marata. We have Okunze Louis Drale, District Council Speaker, Obongi. We have Oloya Jackson, Speaker, Adjumani District Local Government. We still have with us Tabo Fred, the Deputy Speaker, Arua City. We thank you. We have Aiko Joel, Speaker, Aivu Division. We thank you for traveling all along from Arua. We still have Masudio Kevin, the Deputy Speaker, Adjumani District Local Government. Members, we have our own Honorable Bakole Agatha, Deputy Speaker, Moyo District Council. We have Honorable Asiko Kasim, Speaker, Yumbe District Local Government. Honorable members, we have Ogan Kizito, Speaker, Nebi. We have Ayamo Robina, Deputy Speaker, Omoro. They have traveled all along from Omoro. We thank you very much for joining us. We have Richard Roganga, District Speaker, Obongi. Omoro. You know, because Obongi also starts with the letter O and Omoro, it tends to, it sounds almost similar. So the in the letter O is easy to also confuse. We thank you, all of you honorable speakers, for honoring our invitations. The list I've captured keeps on coming. We have Yeko Teddy, a Speaker of Arua City. We have also Deputy Speaker of Yumbe. Honorable Zakia. We thank you. Honorable members, if I have skipped any name of a speaker, please you notify. And we also sent invitations as we know that our minutes are being taken by our clerks. We have received 2 clerks from Adjumani District Local Government and Obongi. Where is the list for the clerks? Susan, you introduce the clerks. Can you introduce the clerks? I want to review the list has arrived at my table. I review. We have Tako Samuel, clerk of the district local government. Thank you so much for coming. We have Akelo Susan, clerk, Moyo district local government. Akelo Susan is our own. We have Mawadri Michael K, Adjumani district local government council clerk. So those are our membership of the council crew that have been taking us through. We have our sergeant at arms also, officer Chief. He has a common name, but shall reserve that name. We want to thank you so much for keeping the house orderly and also ensuring that the presence of council has been orderly throughout the time of our closure. If there is any announcement, I now want to invite the district chairperson of Moyo to make an announcement, and I close our session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and all the speakers, and everybody in your distinguished capacities. Mr. Speaker, before I make the announcement, on behalf of the local government leaders of West Nile, Northern Uganda, I really want to appreciate our honorable ministers, the Minister of State for Northern Uganda, the Minister of State for Primary Education, Moyo University Council, all our dignitaries, and most importantly, colleagues, members of council, local government leaders, for traveling and taking this function very, very seriously. We really thank you. We are humbled, and we know we are already in the journey of building a greater region, because together we can do much bigger than what we can achieve individually. Mr. Speaker, I have a very simple announcement to make. I know we are going to pay our last respect to our foreign Vice Chancellor, and thereafter we may come for closure of the council. We really want to request you, ministers, to you, the speakers, all the district chairpersons, our mayors, our district council members, the executive members, of course, inclusive, the RDCs here, and the LC3 chairpersons, and also our delegation from Moyo University. We are kindly, we are requesting you, and our members of parliament, so we are going to, and our cultural leaders, our paramount chief and other cultural leaders and religious leaders. Those categories I have mentioned, please, we kindly request you to bear with us, and the security people. We move to Nasera Suits Hotel, just for about 30 minutes sitting, including the clerks, for 30 minutes sitting before you take off. But we request also you that the biggest function is to accord final send-off, which will take place tomorrow. You should only travel if you must. Otherwise, we will really be glad to have you part of tomorrow's activities. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And finally, all the councils should ratify our resolutions of today's meeting. We should domesticate them in our respective councils. Thank you. There are two, I was being reminded by my uncle, the most controversial chairman, chairman of Jumani district, asking which Nasera. Indeed, there are two Naseras, but we first go to the original Nasera 1. Yes, in Moyo Town Council, Ariju village, in Loikota village. Thank you.
Thank you, the district chairperson, for that announcement. The chief guest, Honorable Minister, we want to thank all of you for according your time to spend with us in this sitting session of the council. My humble appeal to all of us is tomorrow will be the day of seeing the final send-off to the late professor. And I want to appeal to all of us to come early in time so that we make matters easy for the Central Organizing Committee, and the Requiem Mass starts in time. I also thank the family of the late professor, especially the people of Pagiribe family and the clan and the Lokoba clan, the people of Adua, for accepting us to eulogize and honor the late professor in this council today. We thank the COCs from Kampala, Arua, and here in Madi, Moyo, for making a wonderful arrangement. I am convinced the spirit that we have tomorrow and the spirit that we have today will manifest itself tomorrow. Members of this regional council, I remain indebted to you. I thank you in your various capacities. I know some of us have not spoken, but please take it in good faith from me. Our colleagues have already said what we had intended to say. And our resolutions here will still be debated in the councils when we go back. Our chief guest, Honorable Minister, we want to thank the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni Kaguta, for the extension of support right from the time when we had Professor, and for the cordial relationship they have had in the process of implementing the expansion of the university. We also want to thank you for conveying all the messages sent by the government officials, including the President. We thank you, our Minister, and the Woman MP of Moyo, for representing the First Lady. When you go back, convey our happiness to her. On behalf of the people of Moyo, we thank all of you, the mourners, who have joined us. With these few words, I take this humble time to say that council is adjourned.
Uganda Finance Services, you can open the body for the members to view. As we do that, on behalf of the family and organizing committee, after here, the body will go back to home. The organizing committee prepared lunch for us. Other guests not mentioned by the district chairperson as earlier before, we can accompany the body, we go to the home, then other things will follow from Ani Laki Zitire, Dradirude, Naiva the Chia Baru, Drauti Barutrae, or Kokifuna, or Vokibaru, Taziti, Katinga, and Alindra Kana, Ladita, Magole, and Yeneri Manzara. Bata tu bakari ite kilonyana banera alike tabaruna wa. Also observe social distance. I have been reliably informed COVID-19 has been sleeping, but now it's getting awakened. So let us also observe social distance as we move. And a request on behalf of the organizing committee, tomorrow let us come with the face mask. We have few that will be given tomorrow, but responsible leaders, you should be able to get at least one for you. We shall give to vulnerable people tomorrow. DJ. In charge of transport, Mr. Isaac, please organize vehicles, motorcycles, and other logistical arrangements to facilitate our movement.